time is different. We give up, then we give up some more, and then it's a warm-up, and then we give up. All right? So people are feeling the burn. And all I can tell you is, when I see this sort of fatigue in the market, and I've been here for this fatigue at the end of the 2019 is probably a bad year because we had the DeFi summer, but around 2020, 2018, that was extreme fatigue in the market, right? Again, we had extreme fatigue in the market approximately in this region, right? Let's zoom out. Approximately this region here, right? This region right here was extreme fatigue right here. It can last for a while too. We can see, it's weird, we can see 486 days, right? But that was extreme fatigue, and that was a great time to be accumulating. So when we see extreme fatigue in the market, it tends to be a great time for accumulating. That's what I've seen anyway, so that's why I accumulate below the 200 MA, right? That's it.
What the fuck? That doesn't even make any sense. Alright, so let's turn phantom power off. Is it still working? I can't hear shit. Is it my headphones? Wait. Wait. No. Why is my mic so quiet? Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Fuck. It's all good. Wait, so is it coming through on here on YouTube, or is it coming through on the other? Wait. It's coming through here. It's coming through here. Oh shit. Wait. It's coming through here. This microphone's not even working. Says it's working now. Yeah, but then the phantom power makes it sound echoey. What if I flip that up? This microphone's not even working. Says it's working now. Okay, but then can you hear me on YouTube if I use this microphone? What if I flip that up? Okay, but then can you hear me on YouTube if I use this microphone? Yeah, apparently you can. Okay. Sweet, we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, apparently you can. Okay. Sweet. We'll just leave it like that.
Simple. That's what I do. Don't follow me. But we can also see here over $1 billion of leverage liquidation. So this is the money chart, right? This is the one that I love to use. Now, interestingly, of course, in a moment like this, we're seeing shorts pile in and longs get decimated. Let's see what's happened over the last 24 hours. $1.08 billion, $951 million worth of long positions liquidated because people are not following a strategy. They're trading with too much leverage, too much emotion, and they're getting annihilated in moves like
getting
this
fucking
that
wrecked,
are designed specifically
getting
to shake
absolutely
them out
wrecked
before moving upwards. You can see, even in the last 2 weeks, we have had one pull to the downside of 6.5%, and then a push to the upside of 9%, and then another push to the downside now of 8.4%. But does 8.4% really sound that bad? It doesn't to me. And if you're trading with lower leverage, right? Let's take, for example, the 3x position. These aren't liquidated on an 8% move. In fact, I have opportunity that arises here, in my opinion. So instead of getting shaken out and becoming one of these statistics, I'm sticking to my strategy and we're not using emotion. But, guys, we can use the emotion in the market to base ideas off, right? To have a proper think and discuss and understand that if the majority, right? So the majority, what we can see here, because not many people, look at this, shorts weren't liquidated, longs were liquidated, right? So the majority are liquidated in this move, and then now the majority are short, right? Low, $20 billion worth of shorts. So this makes me bullish on the upside. Does that mean there can't be more downside? No, but if I can sustain these moves, for example, right? You can see Dogecoin, perfect example. 3x, my liquidation price is 3 cents. I'm not going to get liquidated. This is a cross-margin position. But you might be thinking, well, I'm in an isolated position. Okay, fine. So that one's, let's think. Where are we? Tau, for example, isolated here. XRP, isolated. I have until $2.25. So that's what I'm risking, right? $2.25. We're at $2.44. That's
shit, dude. If we go back to 225, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off.
10% move to the downside, right? This position. Oh yeah, obviously, because
bro, like there's just no way, 10% move to the
downside, I'll get liquidated. But I can add to this trade, or I can just sit and wait patiently with my margin, $2,000. It's the risk that I'm willing to take that we have upside. All right. With that said, we also have an interesting post here. I actually didn't check this, but I'm glad he posted this. Amazon and Google came out with very strong earnings and have gone up. So guys, in this turmoil that everyone's worried about, right? 11%. 11% after hours. There's liquidity in this market. But interestingly enough, there are also traders in that market where you can see James Crypto Guru here said someone sold 2.5 million shares of Google into that pump. So there are people taking advantage of every market situation. You want to be the person that's taking advantage of the market, not the market taking advantage of you. They need to mentally destroy you before every major leg up. You can't take it anymore. I can sense your fear. You want out. This is the purpose of the price action. The breakout will be monumental. It's called the 1% for a reason, because 99% quit before the breakout. And I see comments of people saying, you know, you guys, you YouTubers are just continually banging the drum. If you keep saying it's going to go up, a broken clock is right. What is it? Twice a day, so, or once a day or whatever, right? A broken clock is right. So you're going to be right. And then you're going to claim that you're right. But the thing that is missed in that thought process is I'm trading here. I have large investments. So if I'm right once and I don't get shaken out and I don't get destroyed from trading with too much leverage or money I can't afford to lose, I only have to be right once. And the bull market comes, the blow off top, the extreme euphoria comes once or twice in this cycle. This time round, if we get another move to the upside, it's twice, because 2024, the end, was an incredible couple of months for meme coins, an incredible month for altcoins. It was meme coins, and it was the large caps like XRP, like Cardano, like Solana, like Sui. It was incredible if you were positioned in the...
It was a pretty good time.
There's a creative side hustle almost nobody is talking about, and it's not content creation.
Then there
being
wouldn't be a
or
YouTube
streamer or
advertisement
freelance.
about it.
It's voice acting. And with the right strategy,
what the
total
fuck?
beginners are booking gigs.
I shouldn't even be getting ads, but that's fine.
A classified document surfaced that talked about psychological warfare against civilian populations. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars claimed to be a technical manual originally found in an IBM copier purchased at a surplus sale. Whether authentic or elaborate fiction, the document laid out a chilling blueprint for social control through economic manipulation and information warfare. The document opens with military language applied to peacetime populations. Open quote. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering or the automation of a society without implying extensive objectives of social control and destruction of human life. That is, slavery and genocide. End quote. The authors frame the public as an enemy to be conquered through methods that bypass conscious awareness. The weapon is stress applied through economic pressure. The battlefield is daily life itself. According to the document, the Quiet War was declared by international elites at a meeting in 1954, made possible by the computing revolution that allowed for economic modeling and prediction at scales never before imagined. The computer could calculate how much economic pressure would produce specific behavioral changes in populations. Tighten credit here, increase prices there, manipulate media coverage everywhere, and you could steer entire societies without firing a shot. The manual describes the general public with contempt. The general public refuses to improve its own mentality and its faith in its fellow man. Call this freeze response dissociation. The mind fragments itself to endure what it cannot escape. Create sufficient ambient stress, remove all viable outlets for action, and populations will dissociate into compliance. Modern life has become a masterclass in supplying pressure without resolution. Economic uncertainty that never quite resolves. Global crises that cascade one into another. Media that bombards without pause. Families fractured across continents and ideologies. Each wave pushes the nervous system closer to its breaking point. The mind begins silencing parts of itself simply to continue functioning. This silence, however, bears no resemblance to wisdom. This is a silence of survival. The document talks about how to keep public undereducated in systems thinking while overwhelming them with data. Create emotional reactions through media while suppressing critical thinking. Provide endless entertainment and distraction while real power operates beyond public awareness. Most insidiously, create problems that only the controllers can solve, ensuring populations beg for the very systems that enslave them. What happens to a population locked down in survival mode? The numb do not organize. The exhausted do not resist. Those drowning in their own nervous system's defensive responses make excellent subjects. They scroll when they should speak. They comply when they should question. The silent war achieves its victory through the induction of psychological absence, and success is measured in the quietness of submission. The Bhagavad Gita offers a different understanding of how to remain whole under pressure. In chapter 2, verse 14, Krishna tells Arjuna, the contacts of the senses with their objects give rise to happiness and distress. They are like winter and summer, Arjuna. They come and go. They are impermanent. Therefore, endure them bravely. Here, Krishna is teaching that sensations and pressures are temporary waves that pass through awareness. You don't fragment yourself to escape them. You develop the capacity to experience them without being shattered by them. The Buddhist Dhammapada carries this understanding forward. Hatred never ceases by hatred in this world. By love alone does it cease. This is the eternal law. The text recognizes our human reflex to either strike back or go numb when under attack. It prescribes something far more difficult, remaining present with an open heart even when everything in us wants to fight or flee. Whether silent weapons for quiet wars represents an actual elite blueprint or sophisticated conspiracy fiction matters less than what it reveals about the mechanisms of control. The techniques it describes, economic pressure, information overload, and manufactured crisis, learned helplessness, are observable in modern society regardless of their origins. Awakening attempts to destroy that. It offers the capacity to witness life exactly as it unfolds without losing its center. The skill to experience pressure without fragmenting. That is why genuine spiritual development threatens systems of control. It creates individuals who cannot be subdued through the usual mechanisms of stress and trauma. Religious authority carries extraordinary power. In the right hands, it heals wounds that nothing else can touch. In the wrong hands, it creates wounds that may never heal. Certain teachers have discovered how to transform the path of liberation into a highway of obedience. They employ techniques that dull judgment while binding loyalty ever tighter. We don't need to speculate about these methods. The CIA's MK Ultra program tested them explicitly. From the 1950s through the 1970s, researchers funded by the agency experimented with LSD, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and various coercive techniques. They sought to discover how consciousness could be fractured in predictable ways.
You brought with you some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for, we have indeed, for killing people.
Senate hearings in 1977 confirmed its targeting of unwitting subjects and its goal of exploiting dissociative states to create compliant assets. They discovered that dissociation can be engineered, and once achieved, obedience flows like water flowing downhill. Spiritual movements fall into these patterns all the time. Om Shinrikyo started in 1984 as a yoga group in a Tokyo apartment. Shoko Asahara taught meditation and promised students supernatural powers. The early members were really smart people, from scientists, engineers to doctors looking for enlightenment. By 1995, those same people were making sarin gas. On March 20th, 5 teams got on Tokyo subway trains during rush hour. They punctured bags of liquid sarin with sharpened umbrellas. 13 people died and thousands got hurt. When police raided their compounds, they found enough chemical weapons to kill millions. They even had anthrax and Ebola samples. The meditation group was preparing for war. How did yoga students become terrorists? Asahara cut them off from outside information. He made them drink his bath water for spiritual merit. They paid thousands of dollars to drink his blood. He put them through extreme practices, starving for weeks, sitting in total darkness, hanging upside down for hours. These practices scramble their brains. Exhausted people can't think straight. They become suggestible. When Asahara told them that murder was actually compassionate because it stopped people from accumulating bad karma, they believed him. The sadhaks who joined to find enlightenment had become weapons in someone else's war. The pattern for mind control is always similar. Charismatic leaders make their followers do practices that lead to isolation and exhaustion. They use bizarre rituals that break down normal thinking so that they can insert any idea, no matter how insane, and followers will accept it. Smart people aren't immune, and oftentimes they are easier targets because they're better at rationalizing the irrational. NXIVM sold executive coaching to successful people. Behind that front, Keith Raniere ran increasingly abusive inner circles. He called himself Vanguard, and his followers called him the smartest man in the world. The abuse started small, where members took classes for self-help. Then came the exploration of meaning sessions, which basically were interrogations that lasted until you broke down crying. They'd find your deepest fears and use them against you. Women got told they were too proud. Men got told they were weak. Everyone learned to doubt themselves. What followed is too disturbing for YouTube. Basically, Raniere used the same pattern. Luckily, he got 120 years in prison. However, thousands of similar groups operate right now using the same playbook. The Zen master Yunmen once faced a student who asked, "What is Buddha?" His response was deliberately jarring. "A dried shit stick." The student expected something profound. Instead, Yunmen pointed to the toilet cleaning stick. When students came to ikkyu, describing elaborate visions during meditations, he'd interrupt them. "The rice is burning, go tend to it." His message was straightforward. Your enlightenment is worthless if you can't perform simple tasks properly. This insistence on the ordinary protects students from chasing special states. The mind seeking enlightenment is the same mind that seeks any achievement. Give it exotic experiences to pursue, secret knowledge to acquire, and the ego takes on a new costume. On one hand, Raniere created elaborate hierarchies of secret knowledge where each level required more surrender of autonomy. The Zen masters did the opposite. Master Joshu taught, ordinary mind is the way. When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. Real practice makes you more capable of normal life, not less. When a practice leaves you unable to function without the teacher, when it requires increasingly extreme measures to maintain your state, that's not enlightenment. The path to freedom makes you more free at each step, not more bound to someone else's authority. The competency of a teacher should be measured in whether their presence restores agency, integrity, and natural compassion in those who follow. Society has a problem distinguishing between transcendence and pathology. Both the enlightened person and the psychopath display emotional detachment, disregard for social convention, and an apparent absence of fear. From the outside, a Zen master's equanimity might look identical to a sociopath's coldness, and this confusion isn't accidental. Systems that depend on emotional manipulation, governments, corporations, religious institutions, have good reason to conflate spiritual sovereignty with mental illness. A population that believes detachment equals dysfunction will never seek liberation from the very emotions being used to control them. The distinction lies in the source and purpose of the detachment. A psychopath's emotional absence comes from neurological deficit. They literally cannot feel what others feel. Their brain scans show reduced activity in regions associated with empathy and emotional processing. They manipulate others because they experience people as objects, tools for personal gain. Their fearlessness stems from an inability to properly process threat. When they violate social norms, it's for advantage, not truth. The enlightened person's detachment has an entirely different origin. They've transcended emotional reactivity through understanding. They still feel, perhaps more deeply than before, but they're no longer controlled by what they feel. Their brain shows increased integration, not deficit. They influence others through example rather than manipulation. Their fearlessness comes from recognizing fear as a construct of ego. When they transcend social norms, it's because they found something more fundamental than conventional morality. A psychopath uses people because they cannot genuinely connect with them. An awakened person serves others precisely because they recognize the illusion of separation. They see that helping others is helping themselves in the most literal sense. A psychopath's lack of fear leads them to take reckless risks that endanger others. An enlightened being's transcendence of fear allows them to take necessary stands for truth that the fearful would avoid. A psychopath breaks rules for personal gain. A sage transcends convention when those conventions cause unnecessary suffering. The mislabeling serves a purpose. Every transcendent individual represents a threat to systems built on emotional control. You can't manipulate someone through fear if they've seen through fear's illusion. You can't control them through desire if they found fulfillment beyond wanting. You can't bind them with guilt if they've transcended the ego that guilt requires. So the system does what systems do. It pathologizes what it cannot control. It tells you that emotional detachment is dangerous, that transcending ego is narcissistic, that finding peace beyond social validation is antisocial personality disorder. Enlightenment has an evil twin, as the meditation teacher named Shinzen Young puts it. The clinical term is depersonalization derealization disorder, or DPDR. Both enlightenment and DPDR strip away the illusion of solidity. Both show that the self you thought you were and the world you thought you stood on are constructions. Yet one brings freedom while the other delivers despair. Let's look at how awakening unfolds in classical Buddhist training. After years of disciplined practice to refine attention, concentration stabilizes. Compassion softens the mind. When the emptiness finally reveals itself, the experience is liberating and the walls of ego turn transparent. The world shows itself as flow instead of fixed structures, and death loses its sting. Reality appears luminous, and instead of terror, there is wonder. As Young describes it, the practitioner begins to live 10 times the size of their former life. DPDR seeps in by another path. It usually comes from trauma and drugs, and it has the capacity to suddenly push perception off its rails. A person wakes one morning and discovers that the self feels hollow, like a stage set. The world looks flat, drained of vitality, like a film behind glass. They cannot reconnect with what once felt
Defend
real.
yourself.
Instead of liberation, they experience exile from their own existence. Many mistake it for spiritual awakening, but instead it's a waking nightmare that often comes with a sense of utter meaninglessness. The Pali Canon warns of falling into the pit of the void. To see emptiness without the preparation of virtue, concentration, and compassion is to tumble into nihilism. The recognition is real, but without wisdom it twists into despair. Why does the same insight split into such divergent outcomes? The answer is preparation. Awakening is cultivated. The ground is tilled with ethics, stability, service, equanimity. When emptiness arrives, it rests on a scaffold strong enough to hold it. DPDR offers no such foundation, and it strikes without context, without practice, without support. The emptiness is the same, but the vessel that receives it determines whether it becomes medicine or poison. Young describes working with students who brush against this edge. He reminds them that if they are panicking about emptiness, the panic is real enough. That gives them something to hold. He then teaches them to consciously generate positive experiences.
Stay tuned. I guess we'll have to go with that.
Out to have been flowing and connected all along. When you see this clearly, you don't have to work to get compassion. It just starts happening. Regular
Damn,
compassion
Vane, I just saw your
usually
chat,
works
bro.
from a sense
My
of
bad.
distance.
Whenever
I
you
feel
pay
bad
me,
for you. I want to help you. I'll make sacrifices.
I can give you my social
This kind of
information. Just
caring
DM me.
matters enormously. However,
We can get some
when
kind
the
of
fence
tip
between
system
me
going.
and you becomes see-through, compassion flows without anyone directing traffic. It's just compassion moving through whatever's happening, taking care of whatever needs taking care
I'm just
of.
now saying
The
this.
New Testament captures this
apologize.
perfectly. Love is patient,
But
love is kind.
as
It
soon as
doesn't
you pay
envy,
me.
doesn't boast, isn't proud. It doesn't dishonor others, isn't self-seeking. It's basically describing what
Okay.
love looks like when your ego stops trying to manage it. Similarly, the Gita says, the wise see with equal vision a learned priest, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and an outcast. It's what you actually see when you recognize the same consciousness showing up everywhere. Maybe the Dhammapada puts it most beautifully. As a mother protects with her life her child, her only child, so with a boundless heart should one cherish all living beings. A mother doesn't have to think about protecting her child. Protection happens automatically because she recognizes the child as part of herself. Awakening reveals nothing is actually separate from you, and in that recognition, caring for everything becomes as natural as breathing. Dissociation can't create this kind of compassion because dissociation shuts down the very channels through which connection flows. You can't love what you can't feel. You can't serve what you can't touch. You can't heal what you won't acknowledge. Awakening opens all the channels at once. Life pours through without getting stuck anywhere. Compassion moves effortlessly because reality itself, when you see it clearly, is already compassionate. The silent war will continue. This seems certain. Trauma will continue to accumulate. Secret societies, corrupt gurus, and systems of control will continue discovering new methods of inducing compliance. The technologies of manipulation will become more sophisticated, more subtle, more difficult to detect. The defense, however, remains as simple as it is ancient. Return to presence. Being here now, in this body, with these feelings, facing this reality, the fog of dissociation can only be lifted with genuine practice of embodying this wholeness. Compassion without an I arises with the recognition of what individuality actually is. A temporary constellation of consciousness, precious beyond measure, already whole, already free, already home. The war loses its weapons when there is nothing left to fragment, no separation to exploit, no absence to fill with external authority. We have a choice every moment. Will we choose presence or absence? The genuine difficulty of awakening or the false ease of dissociation? The answer we give individually and collectively will determine whether consciousness continues its evolution toward greater wholeness. The path back to presence remains open. It always has been. It always will be. The only question is whether we have the courage to walk it.
Before time had a name, before
Fucking AI, dude.
Turns out that our brain uses solid.
What you're suggesting here is something I think if I can read into what you're saying, it has implications for science and for the scientific community.
We're locked in this apparently solid, substantive reality. The universe has many, many levels of reality. We just haven't accessed the level that shows us how profound and magical that reality is. What I'd like to do next is I'm working on a book that is the practical application of this holographic idea in all of its various phases. We've got to understand that we have this enormous capability, but our conscious mind feeds it all kinds of things unwittingly and gives it all kinds of mistaken directions. And I want to write a book that really deals with all these things on all kinds of levels, saying, here are the practical applications, how it ways it. You don't have to deal with the very sort of heady space-time aspects of these things.
Right after making that statement on TV, he died in a very strange way. His name is Michael Talbot, an independent researcher who had decoded reality, or multiple realities, something most people were never supposed to know. He passed away suddenly, and his ideas forced many scientists to question what they thought they knew. Talbot's central claim was bold. This world isn't the only one. There are parallel realities happening at the same time, but we can't normally see them. By the late 20th century, quantum mechanics had already exposed cracks in the traditional view of an objective universe. The double-slit experiment revealed that particles behave differently when observed, suggesting that the observer is not outside the system, but part of it. Rather than dismissing this as an anomaly, Talbot treated it as the foundation of understanding existence.
Reality in a hologram can manifest in two ways, as a concrete image or as this sort of indecipherable blur of energy. An analogy to this is kind of when you're watching Johnny Carson new television set, that's really, his image is encoded in two ways. One is as the concrete image on the TV set, one is as the blur of radio waves permeating the living room. And if the universe is a hologram of some sense, in some way, it suggests that there may be two very drastically different levels to reality, that the concrete reality we see, you know, when we look at these chairs and at you know, the trees and the clouds and everything like that,
Our bodies.
are just one way that reality manifests, and that at some deep level there's a level of reality where everything dissolves into an ocean of energy that is holographically interconnected, where every portion of the universe is contained in every tiny area of the universe.
From this perspective, reality is layered. Each level of perception connects to deeper levels, and all of them converge into a unified field where the division between mind and matter disappears. Within such a framework, death is not an ending, but a transition, a movement into another layer, similar to shifting frequencies. This wasn't presented as vague speculation. It was a coherent framework. Matter depends on consciousness, not the other way around. For ordinary readers, this was a shocking reversal of common sense. For certain institutions, it overlapped with secret research into altered states and perception.
If you take two subatomic particles like electrons, in certain instances, when you do something to one, it will always affect the other, no matter how far apart they are. It's kind of like stories that you've heard of identical twins where when one is hurt, the other feels the pain. And the problem is that we can find no process known to physics that explains how these could be sending a signal back and forth. In fact,
Because it would have to be faster than the speed of light.
instantaneous. It would have to be an instantaneous signal, and Einstein's theory of relativity said you can't have instantaneous signals because it would mean that you could violate the time barrier and conceivably call your grandfather and tell him not to marry your grandmother. And most physicists say, well, this would be just too troubling to incorporate into a rational picture of reality.
Think about identical twins. There are countless stories where one feels something the moment the other is hurt or in danger, even if they're miles apart. It's hard to explain that in normal physical terms. Talbot connected this with what physics was already finding at the quantum level. Particles that act the same way, linked instantly no matter the distance. And if matter itself can stay connected like that, then maybe our minds work through the same hidden network, connected in ways science still doesn't fully understand. If the universe is holographic, then everything we experience is interconnected, and every part reflects the whole. Time, space, and matter may not be absolute, but flexible, shaped by deeper laws we don't yet fully grasp. Talbot suggested that life and death are part of one continuous spectrum, where consciousness moves across realities rather than vanishing. Just as this message began to spread more widely, he died, and what he left behind continues to raise questions about the very structure of existence.
at a deeper level, a very holographic level of reality, every particle in the universe collapses to a sort of cosmic unity. They're not signaling each other. They're like that fish where there's the level of the aquarium. And so what that means, talking about words, is that there is no separation between electrons. Furthermore, there's no separation between people. And this has all kinds of very boggling implications, one of which is that we've always tried to understand, for example, psychic phenomena, like how could I get information out of your head in my head, as some sort of signal going back and forth. But if we're organized, if we live in a universe that's organized holographically, you no longer have to tackle it that way. It could be that I have the entire universe and every neuron, every cell, every atom, every electron in my head, and you do also. So when we can access that, we can access information that seems to be beyond our normal sensory reach.
This was one of his most provocative claims, that separation itself is an illusion. If every part of the universe already contains the whole, then the idea of being isolated, whether as particles or as people, simply collapses. What appears as distance is just part of the projection. In that sense, telepathy or intuition would not be about sending signals back and forth, but about accessing a field that already holds everything, everywhere, at once. The real shock was how far this could go. If every person carries the entire universe within them, then boundaries between minds are only temporary filters. Under certain conditions, those filters could loosen, and experiences usually dismissed as paranormal might be glimpses of how reality truly works.
Well, it also turns out that our brain uses Fourier transforms to translate visual information. This is a very unusual state of affairs. It's kind of like discovering Eskimos speaking Spanish. You know, it's not proof that the brain is a hologram, but it's suggestive that the brain is a hologram. And it turns out, in fact, all of our senses appear to rely on sort of Fourier transforms, that they all seem to use the same mathematics. So again, here's evidence that the brain uses the same mathematics to decipher the sensory world as are involved in the making of a hologram, which is, as I say, not proof, but compelling evidence that something is going on there.
This was another piece of evidence perspective was shaped by direct experience.
At a young age, I had an out-of-body experience where I left my body, and it became quite apparent to me while I was having this experience that I was thinking, but my brain was back in my body, which I could see in my bed. I knew it wasn't just a dream because I floated out over the ground outside my family's house, and I saw a book lying on the ground, and it was a book by the French short story writer Guy de Maupassant. And the next day, a neighbor said, "By the way, Michael, I lost a library book by Guy de Maupassant. Have you seen it?" And I thought, well, I floated over it last. I didn't tell the neighbor that, but there was the book. And I was always I'm still very scientifically oriented. I want to understand the world in scientific terms. But it was really the first time that I sort of had to confront, you know, the difference between my spiritual beliefs that we can survive, you know, our bodily death, and this deeply held belief, scientific belief of mine that it's the brain that's doing the thinking. And I realized I had a kind of epiphany where I thought it isn't the brain that's doing the thinking. So I am not entirely certain that it's just the electromagnetic interference patterns that is the brain hologram, because those obviously would perish when the brain perishes. I think there might be some subtler level, some subtler energy that we haven't discovered with our technology that's involved in this also.
If thought could continue outside the body, then the brain could not be the ultimate source of consciousness. Something else had to be at work, some layer of energy or order that science had not yet detected. For him, this was the beginning of an unavoidable conclusion. Death might only affect the body, not the mind that animates it.
There's a device called a squid, which is a sort of electrical coil in which it looks like we may be able to demonstrate that the current, if you say which direction is the current going in the coil, it's going both directions at once, which is kind of an impossibility, but to simultaneously do that too is a quantum phenomena, that these two realities are overlapping. So I think we will cross that barrier.
Experiments like this push the idea further. If a current can flow in two directions at the same time, then reality is not locked into one outcome. It means that different possibilities can exist side by side, overlapping until something forces a choice. That's not science fiction. It's a lab result pointing to the same conclusion. Our universe may hold multiple realities at once. And if quantum systems can do this, the question is whether consciousness itself is capable of moving between those overlapping states. The implications here go beyond physics. They touch everyday life, even medicine.
In medicine, people have used this application of the holographic idea that we respond to the model of reality. Say this may be why we respond more to the placebos, to fake drugs. There's a very famous example of a fellow who had lymphatic cancer, tumors the size of oranges all throughout his body. His doctor basically thought he had about 3 days left to live. The fellow heard about a new drug called ʟ광 and said, "You've got to give this to me." And the doctor said, "Well, frankly, I don't think you have long to live, and this drug takes several weeks to take effect." He gave the man ʟ광, and 3 days later, the man's tumors melted, as the doctor put it, like snowballs in a hot stove, completely gone out of his body, faster than the strongest radiation treatment could have melted them away. The man is up or around, walking around his hospital room, resumes his normal life, seems to be completely cancer-free. Several months down the line, he reads an article saying ʟ광 isn't that effective. Boom, 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 all his tumors come back. He's back in the hospital. The doctor starts to realize that maybe it wasn't the drug that cured the man, but the man's belief. So he lies to the man and he says, "Those articles are wrong. ʟ광 is effective, and in fact, I've got an even more potent version of it." He injects just salt water into the man's veins. Again, the man's tumors melt away. He resumes his normal life. Unfortunately, many months down the line, he reads final studies on ʟ광 saying it's completely ineffective. Boom, 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 his tumors come back and he dies.
Stories like this reveal something we usually overlook. The body doesn't just respond to chemicals, it responds to belief. If the mind expects healing, the body can sometimes follow, even when the treatment itself is fake. That's the placebo effect, and Talbot saw it as another clue that consciousness is not separate from physical reality, but directly shapes it. Think about what that means. If expectation alone can shrink tumors, then our model of reality isn't just in our heads. It reaches into the body, into matter itself. The placebo effect stops looking like a medical trick and starts to look like evidence that belief can bend the physical world.
One of the areas you had mentioned earlier, that one of the exciting things about the holographic idea is that people have taken this and explored all different realms. That some have used it to say this is how acupuncture works, because it turns out that there are little micro acupuncture systems where you can find the entire body in the acupuncture points of the ear.
Recapitulated
Right.
in the ear, yeah.
Right. So that we've talked about the placebo effect. Some have said that the holographic idea applies in near-death experiences. One of these individuals is Kenneth Ring, who is at the University of Connecticut, studies near-death experiences. And it's interesting because in report after report of people who have been declared clinically dead, go to some apparent other level of reality and then come back, they refer to this other level of reality with terms like frequency and energy and even hologram, that it's a more plastic level of reality where thought seems to create things instantly. There are instances of people having near-death experiences where they think they're hungry and instantly food appears. Or perhaps an even better example, when people find themselves out of their body. There are cases where people look down and see that they're in a naked body and they go, "Oh my gosh, I'm naked." Instantly they have clothing on. Now we don't assume that clothing has a soul, that it has a spirit that survives.
Near-death stories take things to another level. People who go through them often say their mind kept going even when their body had stopped. What they describe sounds very different from normal life, more flexible, more alive, almost like the world around them was responding straight to their thoughts. Talbot looked at this and said, maybe this is a small glimpse of how reality really works when the brain is no longer in the way.
I very much believe that our soul lives many, many lives and goes through these things. And I think at this point in our development that we have manifested in the physical because we don't have a consciousness that's developed enough to deal with reality with its full grandeur and plasticity. That for us it would be very frightening if there weren't solid rules, if everything started to slip and slide. But I think as your soul goes along, it starts to learn to deal with more than this reality, with other levels on the holographic television set. And when you start to open those doorways, that's when reality, the plasticity of reality, starts to seep in. But then you go through a sort of shamanistic rite of passage, because you've got to go through, most people go, put an interpretation on it. They go, oh, this is an angel, or this is, a demon, or a UFO abduction. And if you do that, you're missing the basic lesson of shamanism, which is that everything that you experience in the non-ordinary reality of the shaman has psychological meaning for you, that you are entering a level of reality that responds so directly to your thoughts that your every thought helps what manifests. And in that instance, you can't ask what is there, but why have I created what is there? And I think that's the lesson that our souls are learning as we evolve.
As consciousness evolves, those rules loosen, and we start to see how plastic reality really is. That's why strange experiences, visions, encounters, even UFO abductions might not be what they seem. They could just be the mind trying to make sense of another layer of reality that answers directly to thought.
When you encounter something that is truly of another reality, your perceptions and trying to pull it out of this blur of energy and make it into a hologram don't quite know how to put it into form. And so I think that the reason there are many psychological motifs in UFO experiences is because there's something going on, but the surface appearance is a product of the person's own psyche.
In other words, a lot of what's going on in these various holographic realities are like ink blots.
Right. They can be interpreted like dreams as well, that they have psychological symbols in them, but they're also something real there, because UFOs can be tracked on radar, they leave circles on the ground, they leave traces of physical evidence.
The universe, in his eyes, wasn't a fixed machine. It was alive, layered, holographic, and deeply connected to consciousness. Death wasn't the end. Paranormal experiences weren't random. Even the strangest encounters could be part of a deeper structure we're only just starting to notice. Talbot didn't live long enough to see how much his ideas would spread, but the questions he raised remain just as sharp today. What if reality is not as solid as we think?
You already exist in multiple copies. Initially, they are all identical. And then when a moment of choice happens, both a microscopic one and one made by you consciously, these identical copies become different from one another.
So suppose you're walking in Oxford, and you have to choose to go left or right.
In that case, in half the universes I go left, and in half I go right.
This man showed a parallel reality on television. Please pay attention.
This is just a piece of cardboard with little pinprick holes in it. And there's one of them, just a single hole. This is a laser pointer that we use in giving lectures. I shine the laser through the hole, and we can see a little spot on the screen over there.
Dude, this shit's actually fucking nuts.
What would you expect to see? You'd expect to see, just if there's one hole, you'd expect to see one spot, but that's already not true. You see quite a complicated pattern. It's called an interference.
This shit's wild.
I'll tell you why. What would happen if we made a second hole? Well, here's another place on the screen where there are two holes. We get a completely different pattern. And through three holes, there's a different pattern again. That's the pattern we get from four holes. We can see the behavior of things like photons being affected by things we can't see. Even when one photon is going through, there's a different pattern for 6 holes, for 7 holes, for 100 holes, for 1,000 holes. And that means that there must be something traveling through every one of those 1,000 holes and making a difference to the photon that we see.
Making thousands of parallel universes.
And that means there must be at least thousands of parallel universes. In fact, the theory tells us there are a lot more than that.
The real surprise wasn't the experiment, but the words that came after. Words no one was ready for.
Is it physically possible to build a time machine that is a path from the present time into the past? And the answer there is it's still an open question, but as far as we know, there are physical processes which would allow the tearing of the fabric of space-time in such a way there would be a pathway into the past.
This is David Deutsch, an Oxford physicist who dared to say things on live television that most scientists only whispered about. Let's break down the strange laser experiment he used to prove the existence of parallel realities. The experiment you saw him perform is not new. It was first carried out in 1801 by the English scientist Thomas Young, who used candlelight and 2 narrow slits. That simple setup proved that light could behave like a wave. More than 2 centuries later, physicists still see it as one of the most important demonstrations in science. Albert Einstein himself said it had some of the deepest implications in physics. And yet, despite its simplicity, it remains one of the hardest experiments to truly understand. But here's the more interesting part. The same experiment he showed in the interview has also been performed under much stricter conditions, using a dark filter so strong that only a single photon, one particle of light, could pass through each second. This setup changes everything. Instead of a beam of light, the detector now clicks once for each particle. A tiny dot appears on the screen, then another, then another. At first it looks random, just scattered points with no pattern at all. But the strange part is that as time goes on, those single dots start performing the same interference pattern as if a full beam was shining through. Even though the photons travel one by one, separated in time, together they create the exact same wave-like design. This should be impossible if light were only particles. Each photon should pick one hole or the other, leaving 2 simple clusters. Instead, each particle acts as if it passes through every hole at once, and as if it knows whether other holes are open. And yet, this isn't the strangest part. The next step is even harder to explain. Before going further, I want to tell you something that may help you. A few months ago, Magic Mind reached out to me. They told me about their products and said they'd like to sponsor a couple of the videos, but first they wanted me to try their shots. I decided to give them a real test for a few weeks, and honestly, I felt a huge difference. Now I'm glad to say I still use them, and I'm thankful they're sponsoring this video. What I really like is that it's all natural, with no tropics, adaptogens, and matcha that help me stay focused and clear without the coffee crash. I've been using it for almost 3 months, and the difference is clear. I used to struggle with brain fog, but now I feel sharp, calm, and productive every day. The shots come in 3 versions: free, which is completely caffeine-free for calm focus; original, with a small dose of green tea caffeine for steady energy; and max, the strongest option, built for those high-demand days when you need maximum concentration. I tested all 3, but the one I use every day is free, no caffeine. It gives me a clear focus that lasts longer than coffee. And here's the best part, they're giving us their biggest offer yet. The link is in the description, or the QR code on screen gets you 60% off your subscription, and they back it with a full money-back guarantee. If you don't like it, they refund you 100%, no questions asked, which basically means you're trying it for free and can cancel anytime. This offer won't be around for long, so grab it while it lasts. Now let's get back. There's more you need to see.
Well, the question is, how do we explain the fact that we see the same pattern, that we detect the same pattern on the screen, when there's only one photon at a time going through here, as we did when the bright laser light was shining on it? You see, this one photon, the one we detect, must have gone through one of those 2 holes.
The experiment becomes even stranger when more holes are added. With one hole, the result is just a simple spot. Add a second, and suddenly a new pattern appears. Add a third or a fourth, and the picture changes again. Even if the photons are sent one by one, the final image still depends on all the holes together. It's as if each tiny particle somehow knows about every possible opening, even the ones it never passed through. Something that should be acting alone behaves as if it's connected to all paths at once.
Something is coming through those other holes and shoving our photon aside. And that process is interference.
What is this something?
Well, we can do further experiments to find out what that something is. The conclusion that we draw is that this thing behaves like light in every way we can detect experimentally, except one. And that is, we can't detect it.
So it's not there.
It is there because it pushes aside the light that we can see. And it behaves like light, and the only reasonable conclusion is that it is light of an invisible kind.
It's as if invisible possibilities are interfering with the visible outcome. Something else must be traveling through those paths, pushing the photon we can see. It behaves like light in every measurable way, yet cannot be detected directly. The unavoidable conclusion, our reality is not solid and isolated, but shaped by layers of existence we normally cannot see. Quantum theory reveals something extraordinary. In its equations, invisible elements of reality are treated in the same way as the visible ones. This suggests they are not illusions, but real features of the universe. Light itself behaves as if hidden versions of it exist, interfering and pushing against what we can see. And this strange behavior is not limited to photons. Every particle, including the atoms in solid matter and the molecules in our bodies, appears to be influenced by unseen counterparts. The implication is staggering. Entire parallel worlds of matter, energy, and light must exist alongside ours. At the moment of the Big Bang, these universes all came into being together. In the very beginning, they were almost identical. Over time, through interference and interaction, they began to diverge. Imagine countless books printed with the same first chapter, each gradually telling a different story. Our universe is simply one of those variations, and, as Deutsch emphasizes, the other universes are not imaginary. They are just as real as the world we inhabit today.
Suppose you're right. Suppose we have a lot of different and a lot of the same universes all existing together. What would it mean for me? I mean, am I a part of many universes?
You have to start thinking of yourself as not as an entity existing in one universe, but an entity existing in the multiverse as a whole. And so there are other copies of you and of me in other universes. Some of these copies are completely identical to us. Now, in those cases, it's really just a matter of words to say whether they are other universes or whether they're the same universe, if they're completely identical. There are other universes which are very like this one, but differ only in the position of one atom somewhere. Now, those universes are interfering with ours, and they are producing interference effects, which we could detect in the laboratory if we wanted to.
This idea becomes even more personal when applied to human experience. You already exist in multiple copies. At first, those copies are identical, but each time a choice occurs, whether at the level of a random atomic event or a conscious decision, they begin to separate. Picture walking down a street in Oxford. In half the universes you turn left, in the other half you turn right. Both outcomes are real because both are taken. David says it is misleading to imagine the universe splitting in that moment. Instead, it is better to think that all those universes already exist, and our choices reveal which one we're currently living through. In this view, the multiverse does not grow out of us, it has always been there. What changes is our path within it, and the recognition that countless other versions of us are walking their own roads, shaped by decisions both great and small. A natural question follows. If there are multiple versions of us, how do we know which one we are? David Deutsch compares this puzzle to identical twins. Imagine two brothers who are indistinguishable at birth. Over time, life's events and experiences cause them to grow apart. Each twin remains equally real, and each has their own story. In the same way, there are versions of you spread across the multiverse. At first, they're completely identical, so it makes little sense to distinguish them. But as choices are made and events unfold, they slowly begin to diverge. Some of these variations are so slight that they're almost invisible, maybe just a single atom out of place. Others, farther away in the multiverse, become so different that they might no longer resemble you at all. This view reshapes the idea of identity, not a single fixed entity, but as one branch within a wider landscape of possibilities.
It sounds pretty bizarre, actually.
We have to get used to the fact that new advances in science get further and further away from common sense. If you want science merely to predict the outcomes of experiments without telling you why, then you don't need to believe in multiple universes. In fact, you don't need to believe in multiple planets. You don't need to believe that anything outside this room exists if you only want to predict. But if you want to explain, then you must adopt the explanation which meets the facts. And in quantum mechanics, there is only one explanation that meets the facts, and that is the multiple universe explanation. We can see the behavior of things like photons being affected by things we can't see. Our only choice is to say it behaves as if it were affected by those, or to say it really is affected by those. And it only makes sense to say it's really affected, because something that doesn't exist surely can't affect things that do exist.
Skeptics often respond with doubt. If these other universes exist, why can't we see or feel them? Deutsch points out that our senses have limits. We cannot feel the earth moving beneath our feet either. If we relied only on our bodies, we might believe the ground is still. But with instruments such as Foucault's pendulum, we can indirectly detect the Earth's rotation. The same principle applies here. The fact that we cannot directly sense parallel universes does not prove they're absent. It only shows that human perception is not tuned to them. David says that science is not only about predicting experimental results, it is about finding the explanation that actually fits the facts. And when it comes to quantum mechanics, the only explanation that truly works is the existence of multiple universes. This means that even though we cannot touch or see them, their effects are present all around us, revealed through interference patterns and strange behaviors of particles.
If, by chance, our senses had contained an instrument equivalent to this pendulum, we would be able to feel the rotation of the Earth. In a similar way, if our senses happened to work through quantum interference, then we would be able to feel directly the influence of parallel universes. So saying that you don't feel other universes is like the Inquisition saying to Galileo that they don't feel the Earth moving beneath their feet. Well, the reason why they don't feel the Earth moving beneath their feet is because Galileo's theory explains why they won't feel it moving. But if they do a different experiment, with a Foucault's pendulum or with telescopes, they will indirectly be able to tell that the Earth is moving.
The idea of parallel universes naturally raises another question. If reality branches in so many directions, what about time itself? Could we, in principle, move through it, not only forward but backward? Few topics ignite as much fascination and debate as time travel.
Is it physically possible to build a time machine that is a path from the present time into the past? And the answer there is it's still an open question, but as far as we know, there are physical processes which would allow the tearing of the fabric of space-time in such a way that there would be a pathway into the past. This would involve something like a rotating black hole, some very violent event in space-time. The other half of the question is, if we had such a path, would it be possible actually to travel on it? And what would then happen in regard to the paradoxes? For instance, what if we try to change the past? Would the past be as it is recorded, or would it get changed? If, for instance, I go into the past and prevent myself from ever entering the time machine, or from even building the time machine, what would happen? Would I prevent myself? If so, who was it that went back into the past to stop me? And if I couldn't, what would stop me?
Physics tell us that time travel is not entirely impossible. Under extreme conditions, such as near rotating black holes, space-time itself could twist into loops. In theory, these distortions might create tunnels into the past. But immediately we face the classic paradoxes. If you traveled back and stopped yourself from building the time machine, who was it that made the journey? If you erased the cause, how could the effect exist? These contradictions are why time travel has long been seen as impossible, yet the multiverse gives us a way out. David Deutsch argues that the paradox disappears when we understand time travel not as altering our own past, but as entering the past of a different universe. In the multiverse, all possible histories exist side by side. If you go back and change something, that change takes effect in a parallel reality, not in the one you came from. This means the original timeline continues untouched. You still built the time machine and made the journey, but in the new universe, events unfold differently. The act of stopping yourself or changing history belongs to that branch alone. Both versions are real but in separate worlds. This interpretation preserves consistency while making sense of the paradoxes. Instead of asking, how can I erase my own past, the question becomes, which universe am I stepping into?
Suppose we would have a time machine. Would you go with it?
I don't think I would, because when you travel in time, one thing we do know is that you can't get back to your original universe. So at the very least, what would happen is that I would end up in a universe where there was another copy of me, the copy who hadn't set out in a time machine. And in that universe, there'd be two copies of me, and in my original universe, there'd be no copies of me. Now that would mean that all my friends, the people I know in this universe, they would see me entering the time machine and not come out. And from their point of view, I would be lost forever. There would be another group of the same people in another universe. They would have a copy of me, and they would see a second copy arising, coming out of the time machine. And from then on, they would be in the company of two copies of me. they might not consider that to be an improvement on one.
Seen this way, time travel would never allow us to rewrite history. It would not give us the power to undo mistakes or erase what has happened. Instead, it would mean leaving one universe behind and entering another where a different version of events begins. From the perspective of those left behind, the traveler simply disappears. In the new universe, two versions of the traveler exist side by side, the one who is always there and the newcomer who has just arrived. As Deutsch explains, the journey is one way. Once you leave, you cannot return to your original timeline. The implication is sobering. Time travel might be possible, but it is not about fixing the past. It is about stepping sideways into another branch of reality where history takes a new shape while the old one continues without you. That's it for today's video. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out Magic Mind. It genuinely made a difference for me. You'll find the link and the QR code below.
Turns out that our brain uses Fourier transforms to translate visual information. This is a very unusual state of affairs. It's kind of like discovering Eskimos speaking Spanish. You know, it's not proof that the brain is a hologram, but it's suggestive that the brain is.
The manipulated history that we find seems to be created and recreated for us on an ongoing basis. And this is what's becoming a little disturbing, but at the same time not surprising, what's going on here. There are places that we don't know about, that we should know about, like the Towers of Bologna in Italy. This is a drawing from the 1700s. How many of you have seen the Towers of Bologna? That until 200 years ago, the city of Bologna had more than 200 towers, up to 50 meters tall. They're all gone. And then suddenly you start stumbling upon an empire that until the late 1800s was a well-known empire across the world. You look at the old maps and you see the Tartarian Empire, one of the most important global empires, and then suddenly gone. We hear nothing about Tartary and the Tartarian Empire and what happened to them. And you start seeing that history is literally changing right under our eyes. Recent history, it starts just being wiped out. We know nothing about it. It is weird, people. Things are getting really freaky and very, very weird. And you know, you see evidence of these things all over the place. You see very large buildings that, you know, with the 2 or 3 bottom floors are just completely covered in mud, and then they just leave them like that, and they create the entrance on the higher floors to that same building. The reason I'm bringing this up is that if the news that we have coming from the media is fake, imagine how wrong all of our history is. And all of this, the fake news and this potentially fake history, is just adding to the great human puzzle and making us even more confused about who we are, where we come from, and why we're here. You know, institutions keep telling us that the ancients were primitive, and they looked something like this. And they built countless megalithic structures with their very primitive tools, like we can build them today. And they left behind these incredible places from times that we cannot remember. And we have no idea when these things actually happened. Some of them we speculate, and we're probably very wrong. And they dragged large blocks up mountains and built platforms because they had nothing better to do. They got together and built giant things like this because they needed to bury some guy. And you go to Mount Sharia in Siberia, and that's just ridiculous. I mean, look at the size of these blocks and these structures in Siberia. Realize that wherever you go in the world, there are mysterious ancient civilizations that weird things, and we really don't know much about the motive. We recognize what they've done. We're surprised by what they've done. Carving entire cities out of bedrock like this, platforms like this, and underground structures like this that are covered in Egypt just to hide it. And Borobudur, which is just obviously such a powerful, resonating thing. Anyone that knows anything about sound and resonance takes one look at this and go, okay, I know exactly what they're doing here. What's interesting, as you may have noticed, many of these places, if not all of them that you've just seen, and there are countless more. All of them seem to be in the northern hemisphere. And this is why all cathedrals, all major churches, all major castles around the world are always built on very powerful energy lines, ley lines, very energetic places around the world. As far as I know, this kind of sound frequencies have never ever been measured anywhere on planet Earth that we know of. That brings me to the Earth grid, because it seems that all these ancient sites on Earth, Adam's calendar, the Great Pyramids, Pumapunku, they all seem to be built on these nodal points, these energy points that have, look, there's Adam's calendar right there, there's Giza. And this is really interesting because it seems to be some sort of an energetic code encoded into planet Earth that's mirrored from the sky. And why do we know it's mirrored from the sky? Because the Sumerian texts tell us. And this is not a Zecharia Sitchin translation, by the way. This comes from the Shoyan collection. And this is what it says. In the distant days, in those days after destinies had been decreed, after An, who was Anu, and Enlil, his son, had set up the regulations for heaven and earth. That's interesting. Regulations for heaven and earth. Enki, the exalted knowing God, by the rules for heaven and earth, the fixed rules, he set up the cities. So they're suggesting that there's a grid of energetic rules in the sky that is mirrored on earth, and they set up the cities on earth mimicking or mirroring this energy grid in the sky. So this points us, David Wilcock first actually discovered this when he started talking about these military emblems and these bands that are encoded. This information is encoded into these emblems. They call it the rules. Remember? The rules. The fixed rules for heaven and earth. And here we have. The military calls these bands around the earth the rules. They don't know where they come from, but they've always been there. Some sort of an energetic grid around planet Earth. Well, this is deeply encoded stuff, people. So the fixed rules, the energy grid around the Earth is actually encoded in the modern military emblems. All of them. And we now know that all these ancient sites are just giant machines. The stone circles are the trigger point to make us realize that all these ancient structures were just giant machines built to generate energy. For what? That remains the mystery. We know that these are machines because sometimes photographs like this show us that energy is still coming out of these giant machines. Stonehenge, very obvious energy device. And then these ancient sites in Egypt are just technology on a gigantic scale. The obelisk rings like a bell, and you realize it's an antenna. And when you start looking at these structures in Egypt, you realize too many pillars, not enough space. This is not for praying and offering
knowing
food
everything
and
we
going to
do
pray to
about
the
frequencies
gods
and
all that
vibrations.
nonsense. This is all just giant technology.
How
We've
does
got a
it not
beautiful
make more
amplification
sense that
chamber
all the
with ringing
UFO
pillars in
stuff
front of it
and
on a
everything that you're
pedestal,
seeing
and you realize that
nowadays,
these are just templates for
it's
giant
us?
circuit boards.
And we've
these guys are
had this
just building these
technology
energy
for a
devices on
long
a scale
time.
that we
They
can't
had
do
it
today 'cause we don't have
4,000,
enough
6,000
money,
years
and we
ago.
have no idea how to do it.
I mean,
They
look
were
at these
doing
things. They
things
look
that
like
we
giant
can't even
microchips.
imagine today. Giant
They're
circuit boards,
processors. They're
macro
motherboards.
processors, and then devices like this, obviously.
Crazy,
and,
man.
You realize
It's not
that we're
fucking
dealing with
aliens.
A time in human
It's
history
not
that was
aliens.
very, very different
It's
from
us.
our lives today. And when you go to
And it's
South
certain
America,
people that have
Sub-Saharan
access to the
it's just
technology,
another
man.
circuit board on top of a mountain. There's another look at it.
That's all it is.
Borobudur, Indonesia, just
It's just
amplifying
governments
sound frequencies shooting
fucking
it up
around
into
with
the
shit.
Sky, with a central beam
Fucking around with shit.
at the top. And this all takes us to Caesar technology. Caesar technology that was only introduced to humanity in 2009, as opposed to laser beams. Caesar beams, infinitely more powerful. But it seems that human sound was used to amplify and start these circuit boards. Even the Parthenon in Greece, that was an ancient circuit board. It's really badly destroyed. And they had these amphitheaters. They squeeze a bunch of people in there, fill them with fear.
Collect
make them
their
clap
sound,
hands
bro.
And whatever they do, and all these religious sites as well. All that energy gets channeled down these vibrating pillars and into the circuit board, and it starts the circuit board through sound. And we find these circuit board amphitheater connections all over the world. Amphitheaters, circuit boards, whatever they were doing with that energy remains a mystery. There's another
They
amphitheater
all
connected
look
to a
like
circuit board on
giant
top of the mountain there. You can see
processors,
it badly
giant
destroyed. There's
microchips.
another one in North Africa and Algeria. Here's
They
a
all look
circuit
like
board.
giant
This
processors and
amphitheater is right in
microchips,
the heart
man.
of the ancient
If
circuit
ancient
board.
people had
And this
access to the
doesn't stop
technology,
there.
because you got to
The
realize
secret
that
sound
they
activation
made all of the
continues in
stones,
medieval times,
they have silica in them.
continues in modern
What do you think
times.
your processors and your
Temples
computers are
become
made out of?
churches.
They're made out of silicon.
And you will see the importance of the structures of these churches with the conical towers, the cone-shaped tools that focus the sound into Caesar beams. This stuff is just so brilliant. Our sound is being harvested as energy. It's that simple. Anytime you build a circle, pyramids, obelisks,
Absolutely,
domes,
dude.
and cathedral towers, these are all harvesting devices for amplifying and harvesting sound and focusing sound. And this is why all cathedrals,
They have
all major
pictures.
churches,
They have a
all
picture
major
of
castles around the
a
world
woman in
are
Russia who
always
took a
built
picture
on
of a
very
church.
powerful energy
Right? I'll
lines,
show you
ley
this
lines,
church.
very energetic places around the world. Every time there's a Catholic church cathedral, it's always on a very strategic point. And this is why the mystery of the medieval cathedrals is such an important thing to crack. Architects today just marvel at how these guys built it. With the tools they had in the year 1000 or whenever it was 10 something, when they built these in the 10th, 11th, 12th centuries.
Dude, they were using
couldn't
sound
build it
technology.
today, with those kind of tools. We
They make
struggle to build it today
levitate-
with modern tools. This is just
They were
spectacular.
using
Have a
sound
look at the
technology.
inside. It's so obvious
They can
what's
make
going
things
on here.
levitate with
Giant
sound.
acoustic chamber with a dome on
Look at that.
top
There's
of
a
it,
giant
with
acoustic chamber.
vibrating
Those pillars just
from the
resonate and
resonance of the
vibrate
people clapping their hands or their
and
fear
praising.
or shouting
Look at
or
that.
singing, whatever
Yeah,
they were
dude.
doing,
Come on,
going
bro.
up these pillars into the dome.
But they don't make
And
stuff
what's
like
on
this
top of the
anymore.
dome, outside of the
They
cathedral,
don't.
are
They
these
don't want you to be aware
spires
of
that send the
everything.
frequencies up into the sky. I mean, this is just so obvious what's going on here. But it gets even better. Now you start looking at the extra features in these cathedrals, and you realize that they're also using this shape of light that amplifies the acoustic effect inside the chamber. Can you see the shape of these windows? Circular, very important, not square, circular or oval, etc. And we start seeing very obvious magnetron-shaped windows. And once you know
Look, they were using
light and
sound
are
plus
inextricably
light
connected, if you send light
and
to a
creating
magnetron
massive
shape,
amounts of
it will
power.
create a magnetron effect.
Massive
the shape
amounts
of the
of
window
power.
will take the frequency of the light
mean,
and amplify
ridiculous.
it because it's in the shape of a magnetron. It's spectacular. So the light from outside goes through the magnetron structures into the church, into the cathedral. It amplifies it because the cathedral is just an ambient chamber. And now you got this magnetron amplification of the light that shoots out the spires and through the top of the cathedral. It's like laser transfer. You can take the information of an egg.
Look, I'll tell you right now, Nikola Tesla had it right, okay? If you understand the power of the 3, the 6, and the 9, you would hold the keys to the universe in your hands. If you can think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibrations, you would hold the keys to the universe in your hands. One of those quotes is correct. I don't know which one it is. However, I know that he said both of those things to some degree. So, I mean, dude, like, it's... You got to look into what he did, man. He caused an earthquake across from Colorado and Alaska. Like, just crazy stuff, man. Energy, frequency, vibrations.
From a salamander or a lizard, you put a laser beam through a fertilized lizard egg, and you point the laser at the infertile frog egg, and the frog will become a lizard. The light takes the information and deposits it from one to the other. That's what happens. The light comes in through the window, takes the information of the light and amplifies it inside the chamber. Magnetron-shaped windows in cathedrals is suddenly a dead giveaway that this is very, very advanced technology that we're only waking up to now. Once you realize what's going on, we go, oh my God, we are so bloody dumb. We are just like literally lambs to the slaughter. We're just being lied to, abused, eaten, slaughtered, tortured. This is a woman by the name of Annie in Sweden that took this picture of a church. Look at that beautiful torus. Look at the energy coming out of that, creating a torus effect. As every now and then it just shows itself to us very obviously. And we suddenly realize that city grids and cities are just the modern day circuit boards generating huge amounts of sound. Human beings never stop making a noise. Cities are constantly noisy. They keep pushing up sound into the sky through the high skyscrapers. We are sources of energy because we never stop frickin' making a noise. And suddenly, when Morpheus holds up the battery in the Matrix and he says, "We are the source of energy," you go, "I get it, dude. I finally understand what you mean." When the guys made the Matrix, they knew exactly what they were talking about. Wherever they got their information from is very, very interesting. And that brings me back to places like Bologna. These hundreds of towers that have now been destroyed, gone. This is a very, very early picture of Bologna with many of the towers that have already been gone. But we are just like literally lambs to the slaughter.
Look at this.
Lied to, abused, eaten, slaughtered, tortured. This is a woman by the name of Annie in
This
Sweden.
blows my
Took
mind.
this picture of a church. Look at that beautiful Taurus.
Look at that.
Look at the energy coming out.
Look at
of
this
that
picture
Taurus.
coming from a
As
church.
every now and then,
Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out of this spire, right? And if a church is doing that, imagine what the pyramids were doing. Because that's what they were for. Oh my gosh. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out of this spire, right? And if a church is doing that, imagine what the pyramids were doing. Because that's what they were for. Look at this picture. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out of this spire, right? And if a church is doing that, imagine what the pyramids were doing. Because that's what they were for. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out of this spire, right? And if a church is doing that, imagine what the pyramids were doing. Because that's what they were for. Look at this picture coming from a church. Download portrait version. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. You can't even fuck it. It's all fucked up. Look at this picture coming from a church. Look at this. Look at this. It's coming from this spire. The energy is just bursting out of this spire, right? Unreal, bro. I'm just trying to make a clip. Just trying to make a clip. I don't understand why it has to be so ridiculously difficult.
just shows itself to us very obviously. And we suddenly realize that city grids and cities are just the modern day circuit boards generating huge amounts of sound. Human beings never stop making a noise. Cities are constantly noisy. They keep pushing up sound into the sky through the high skyscrapers. We are sources of energy because we never stop frickin' making a noise. And suddenly, when Morpheus holds up the battery in the Matrix and he says, "We are the source of energy," you go, "I get it, dude. I finally understand what you mean." When the guys made the Matrix, they knew exactly
I gotta
what they
turn
were
my
talking
camera off
about.
because I gotta hit it
Wherever they
down.
got their information from is very, very interesting. And that brings me back to places like Bologna. These hundreds of towers
Gotta turn the camera off. It's dab
that have
time,
now
baby.
been destroyed, gone. This is a very, very early picture of Bologna with many of the towers that have already been gone. But look at the early image, the drawing from 1700s of Bologna. There's a dome over the city. There's a wall and a dome over the city. What's going on here?
In Judaism, we see the 72 names of God. In ancient Egyptian, Osiris was dismembered into 72 pieces by God's lords of the underworld until he was reassembled. In Hinduism, there's a famous battle between 72 jinns in the Quran. There's 72 mentioned all the time. Most famously that I had ever heard was there's 72 virgins waiting for martyrs who died for the cause. In Buddhism, the largest Buddhist temple in the world has 72 of these bell-like structures outside of it called stupas. We're following a breadcrumb path of coincidence, and what could these coincidences be guiding us to? Why are there 360 degrees in a circle? Somebody had to have picked that at some point in our history, and I have hosted out at the Integratron these talks and lectures, and I've had mathematicians and architects and people that use geometry in their algorithms and their research all the time. And of course, everyone is familiar with a circle having 360 degrees, but to date, no one has known why there's 360 degrees. A circle is 360 degrees because of a math system called sexagesimal math. We are more comfortable with the idea of decimal math because that's base 10 math. Most of the world is now following base 10 math on the metric system. Base 10 math makes sense to us because we have 10 fingers and 10 toes, and it's very easy to do math. We're thinking in terms of sixes or 60s. It doesn't seem so organic to us, but hopefully I'm going to show you that it actually is. But that's why a circle has 360 degrees, is it is a function of 6
360 degrees is because it's 3, 6, and then 0 completion.
And each one of those triangles,
like,
at
bro,
its core touching the middle,
frequency,
is 60 degrees.
vibration,
so 60 becomes, and that's what sexagesimal means, is base 60 math. Why do we measure time by 60? So even though we have to go back in time to find out where a 360 degree circle came from, we are using a lot of sexagesimal math today in our everyday lives. So we measure time by 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour. If you go around the world and travel, you're very likely to find different measuring systems, meters and miles and kilometers. But if you're a boat captain or a plane pilot, the world is divided into nautical miles, and 1 degree nautical mile is 1/60th. 1 degree of latitude equals 60 nautical miles, or break it down into 6 nautical mile increments. So our whole planet, we're measuring time, and we're measuring our planet officially by functions of 60. Sacred geometry is described as a function of circles, but if you really look at it in these little flower petals, just pick one of these flower petals for yourself, and you will see, well, you won't know this, but that arc that makes that flower petal is exactly 60 degrees. That's really important to sacred geometry, is that you get that arc correct of 60 degrees of arc. Buckminster Fuller is called one of the greatest researchers and minds of the 20th century. And he said 60-degree math, and he even coined his own term, he called synergetics, reveals nature's behaviors, both physically and metaphysically. And he went on to say, because society does not understand the significance of 60-degree geometry, we may conclude that society does not understand nature. I hope to guide you down a path where you are going to understand and recognize how significant 60 degree is, and so much of your life and your surroundings and the nature around you is based on 60 degree math. This is a form that Buckminster Fuller did not discover, but he did name the vector equilibrium. And he wrote 2 huge books about this shape alone, called Synergetics 1 and 2. And if you see that white center, it has 12 vectors radiating out of it. They're all exactly the same length, and they're all offset exactly the same from each other of 60 degrees. Buckminster Fuller came to believe that this is the matrix of creation, that this is the geometry. If physicists are right in telling us that our universe is geometric in nature somehow, Buckminster Fuller argued that this is that geometry, the vector equilibrium. So how did we get to the 60? How did humanity arrive at the 60?
Goodness.
Well, that became a function of 12. If you take 12 and multiply it 5 times is how you get 60. And this is a counting system that's still taught in India and other parts of the world to school children. But rather counting just each individual finger, you use one hand and your thumb becomes a pointer, and you have the pads or the knuckles of your 4 long fingers. So you have on the left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You have 12 space holders on your long fingers of one hand. Once you reach that 12, you use your other hand, your right hand, to hold that position 5 times. So 12 times 1 is 12. And then when you get to 12 again on your left hand, you hold up your second finger. 12 plus 12 is 24. 24 plus 12 is 36. 36 plus 12 is 48. And 48 plus 12 is 60. Every 12 that you know of in your life, a dozen eggs, dozen donuts, 12 hours in a day, 12 saints, 12 disciples, 12 inches to a foot, came from this counting system. And all the 60s that we deal with on our daily basis, geometry of 360-degree circle, measuring time around us globally, measuring our planet, the way scientists and boat captains and airplane pilots measure it, that 60 is all based on this counting system. So this becomes a major clue in our path of discovery. Where did this counting system come from? Well, we know. We know exactly where it came from and when. For most of the human story, life pre-6,000 years ago looked something like this: a hunter-gatherer existence. People were not farming, they were just going where there was food to eat. They had to go where there was fresh water to drink. They wore animal skins. They had very crude tools. Their shelter was very temporary and something they could transport. This is most life on the planet pre-6,000 years ago. But in one place, in one time on our planet, this showed up, a modern city. This is in Mesopotamia, in Sumeria, and you're looking at multi-story buildings. You're looking at the world's first pyramidal structure called the ziggurat, the world's first sailboat, the world's first written language, the world's first wheeled and axled vehicle, loomed wheat fabric, pottery wheel, plow, arch, things we use today. And this isn't, we're not talking about tweaking of technology. We're talking about the invention of technology, including the 1260 math system that we use today. Many books have been written about this moment in time
crazy.
in ancient Sumeria, saying civilization begins here. The modern human experience with written language, algebra, calculus, physics begins right here in this moment. And we can read their language. It's called cuneiform. There are libraries now that have cuneiform tablets. UCLA has roughly the equivalent of 12,000 of these this moment. And we can read their language. It's called cuneiform. There are libraries now that have cuneiform tablets. UCLA has roughly the equivalent of 12,000 of these small, like iPad tablets with this language that we broke the code of and can read. And we can read what they had to say. Where did you come up with all of this technology, language, and the math? They said, we did not. We were gifted this information by tall beings who came from the sky. Archaeologists want us to believe that these are just farmers celebrating the birth of agriculture, and they're carrying these little handbags. If you look at the far right guy or the far left guy, they're carrying these little pouches, and we have seen these tall bearded beings holding these pouches at all these crazy sites around the world that confound us as how they were built, and yet we see these types of beings with these little bags. And our planet does some very specific things that would be observable from a distance. It has a spin rate, it's very specific. It has an orbit rate, 365 days a year. A day is one spin. 365 of those spins creates an orbit. But our planet does one other thing: it wobbles. These are non-arbitrary things. These are mechanical things that our planet does. Spins at a certain rate, orbits at a certain rate, and wobbles at a certain rate. Well, that wobble is the biggest gear. Imagine all those things as gears. Our spin rate of a day is a very small gear. It's an orbit, but our planet does one other thing: it wobbles. These are non-arbitrary things. These are mechanical things that our planet does. Spins at a certain rate, orbits at a certain rate, and wobbles at a certain rate. Well, that wobble is the biggest gear. Imagine all those things as gears. Our spin rate of a day is a very small gear. Our orbit circling around the sun is a larger gear, but the largest gear on our planet that it does is this wobble. It takes 25,920 years to complete one full wobble. And imagine like a top that is beginning to slow down, and instead of being perfectly straight up and down, it starts to wobble a bit. Now, this wobble is what created a thing called the precession of the equinox, and it's how we get our astrological ages. But that 25920 becomes a very significant number. So let's take that number, 25920. That is a real non-arbitrary number. But now let's start using the sky visitor Sumerian math that was taught to us to count on our fingers. 25920 divided by Sumerian math incredibly equals Sumerian geometry if the circle is 360 degrees. This slide right here is the one that has physicists and mathematicians and professors totally scratching their head, because now you're talking about something that, while you might still want to argue it as arbitrary, it starts leaning into non-arbitrary because of how well it cross-checks itself. So the non-arbitrary wobble divided by Sumerian math equals Sumerian geometry. The first one, 2160, that's the sum total of a cube. 25920 divided by the second placeholder on your finger is 1080, an octagon. 25920 divided by 36 is 720. That's the sum total of a hexagon. 25920 divided by 48 is 540, the sum total of a pentagon. And then 25920 divided by 60 is 432, the mysterious number that Joseph Campbell found all over the world in these mythologies and temples and religious teachings. There's other crazy things here. Where did the second come from? How did we get the formula for a second? Well, we take 12 hours of day times 60 seconds times 60 minutes. Look at the number that it produces, 432, with 2 zeros behind it. 12 hours of night and times 60 seconds times 60 minutes, again, 43,200 seconds of night. Total seconds in a day, that was gifted to us, that formula, by these Sumerians, 86,400. Well, if we use Sumerian miles, remember, not metrics, but miles, royal units, our sun's diameter in miles is a function of 864 with a bunch of zeros behind it, 864,000 miles across. Incredibly, our moon is exactly half of 432, 216 with 1 0 behind it. The moon's diameter in miles, Sumerian measuring system, is 2,160. This is where it gets really crazy. 432 times itself squared is 186,282 Sumerian miles per Sumerian seconds. The actual speed of light in miles per second is 186,624. That is a miscalculation rate almost unnoticeable, 0.001. If you square 431, you're nowhere in the neighborhood. If you square 433, you're nowhere in the neighborhood. you square 432 and you are virtually exactly the speed of light according to the measuring systems that were gifted to humanity by these so-called sky visitors 6,000 years ago. So the question we start asking ourselves is like, wow, here's a bunch of correlated information, coincidence off the chart. Is there a message that's trying to be conveyed? There absolutely is. We live in a harmonic universe. If geometry is the backbone of this energetic structure of our universe, and as we have found that geometry reveals harmonics, then if we live in a geometric universe, we also live in a harmonic universe. And here's 3 harmonic triads that are perfect. They all go la, 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 most beautiful forms of music. In fact, you could almost think we have been programmed to recognize these tones played together as a clue that we're receiving information that is correct or makes us feel good. Let's look at nature. Let's look at the geometry of nature. Here's a shell. This pattern is called a Fibonacci spiral. This Fibonacci spiral is expressed all over the place in nature around us. It spins forward, it spins backwards, and then if it spins against itself, both forwards and backwards, you create a pattern called the pineal pattern. In pineal, the words pine cone and pineapple and pine tree, and you have a pineal gland in your brain, all has this exact pattern, and that is a Fibonacci spiral going one way against a Fibonacci spiral counter-rotating against it. It is virtually the architecture of most of life as we know of on this planet. Here's the same thing, spiral. Our galaxy, our Milky Way galaxy is a Fibonacci spiral rather than very small, very large. So what if we took the mathematics of the Fibonacci spiral and applied frequency to those mathematic numbers? It would be very easy to do. Let's take the Fibonacci spiral that is all in nature, all the way out to galaxy size, and let's apply numbers to it. You start with a number. It doesn't matter what number you start with, but if you start here at you see the 144 down in the bottom right, that's just picking an arbitrary number. Like that's a signature frequency of a plant. And out of the moment that that plant is birthed out of that right corner of that right-hand 144, 0 plus 144 is 144 again. 144 plus 144 is 288. 144 plus 288 is 432. 288 plus 432 is 720, and on into infinity. Well, if we play those tones, those mathematical placeholders as frequencies, incredibly, we're right back to numerically perfect harmonics. So now we're really on the path of some incredible discovery about the essence. And is there a reason to believe there is a harmonic essence to life on our planet? Absolutely, because we take the first steps of growth of a Fibonacci spiral that launches everything from small spirals to big. The first 6 steps will reveal that exact same harmonically perfect triad. So here's a document written 6,000 years ago. It's the Sumerian Kings List. So this is written in cuneiform 6,000 years ago. It is writing about these kings, these rulers that lived in the region for tens of thousands of years each before a great flood consumed the planet. What I found interesting is the first 3 kings lived for 288, 360, and 432 with zeros behind it. Literally encoded in this king's list, one of the most famous pieces of cuneiform on our planet that we have ever decoded, and the first 3 kings, the Holy Trinity, is the same harmonic numbers. And it's a different chord. It's 288, 360, 432. But the same mathematically perfect intervals between them. This is another incredible moment of realization that we have been actually gifted in hard copies, not just in stories, but in hard copies that lasted for 6,000 years, codes and keys that will get us back to these numerically perfect harmonics. Let's look at these sky visitors on this mural. This is a mural that has been shaved off of a wall in Sumeria. But let's look at these what archaeologists tell us are farmers, you know, with their little seed bags and standing by a plant, and that's the sun overhead. Up in the upper left of the slide, and the upper right, look at these two guys holding these pine cones, as archaeologists want us to believe. Well, 6,000 years ago, Sumeria was a desert then, as it is now. There was no pine cones. But let's look really close at what he's holding. He's not holding a pine cone. He's holding the same thing that's in the Vatican, right? Dead center in the middle of the Vatican. Looks like a pine cone. We see this pine cone atop the twin snakes, the caduceus, activating a pine cone. So what is it? That pine cone is our pineal gland. They are holding that pineal gland actually up against the head of the humanoid form in front of them, as if this machine is somehow doing something to these pine cones. Again, giving us a very visual clue of what might be happening. So the supposition is all this information, what could it be leading us to? The tone set and this awareness of geometry might be activating our pineal gland that's inside of every brain. Every mammal has a pineal gland, and it could be the basis for instinct in some mammals. It could be the basis for migration in some animals. But in humans, philosophers from René Descartes to modern artists like Alex Gray, who painted this, would say, no, the pineal gland is our antenna that is receiving information from the universe as to who and what we really are. And we've either been ignored it or it has been switched off. And we are in the process, these last 6,000 years, of trying to switch it on through the codes and the keys and the geometric riddles that were gifted to us. What happens when our pineal gland is activated? We become aware, we become conscious. And a symbol of consciousness in many cultures is the lotus flower. Another code or clue, perhaps, we're familiar with. We've seen the lotus flower as a representation of awakening and enlightenment. Well, here's cymatics. Here's a scientific study of holding in a fluid, or you can even do it with loose grains of sand or powder, apply frequency to it, and you will get standing waveforms, and then you can take a picture of it and see this incredible geometry behind it. Well, I went to a cymatics lab, and I played the 3 tones of the Sumerian King's List and the frequency tones of sacred geometry. We played both. Look what they revealed. That is a still shot of the patterning that came through when we played the 288, 360, 432. The researchers that had been doing research with cymatics for years had never seen something like this. It is like 3D. It looks like a lotus flower. You can see petals hiding behind other petals deeper you go. They're like, this is incredible. And no one has seen something like this in cymatics research before. So here's another coincidental reason to believe that all of this imagery showing pineal patterning or the lotus flower with these frequency sets that were gifted to us is actually doing something like activating our pineal gland and allowing us to see this lotus of awareness. My theory became that we might be living in a giant Earth-sized escape room. And if you're not familiar with an escape room is, it's a form of entertainment. You go to a real location, you get locked into it with either yourself or a team, and clues are inside the escape room, but you don't even know what the clues are. You have to start researching things. So you'll see a clock, you see it says 4438. You might look for those numbers exposed somewhere else, but it's encoded with things that if you figure out all the clues and employ them correctly, solve the puzzles, you get to escape. It's like they were cheat codes provided to you in advance by the builders of the escape room to allow you to up level to the next level. And what I think we could be living in what many astrophysicists believe in, we're living in a holographic existence, and that we might have been getting numerical keys and codes and clues that will allow us to break through to the next level.
What if I told you that before human history even began, Earth was ruled by just 8 kings, and their reign lasted for 241,200 years? This isn't a fantasy novel. It's written in one of the oldest texts ever discovered, an ancient Sumerian document that names each of these immortal rulers. We're talking about kings who held the throne for 28,000 years and 36,000 years at a time. They watched empires rise and fall under their command, moving their capital across a prehistoric world, until it all came crashing down in one catastrophic event, the Great Flood. The story we all know might not be the beginning, but the end of their world. Everything you've been taught about the dawn of human civilization is probably wrong. The neat timeline you learned in school, the one that starts about 6,000 years ago with the first cities and the invention of writing in Mesopotamia, is just the final chapter of a much older, stranger, and far more epic story. The evidence for this isn't hidden in some secret vault. It's been sitting in a museum for a century, inscribed on a small, unassuming block of baked clay. This artifact, no bigger than a modern paperback book, systematically dismantles our entire understanding of human history. It's called the Weld-Blundell Prism, and it contains a document known as the Sumerian King List. It doesn't just suggest our history is older than we think. It states, in cold, hard, factual terms, that before a catastrophic global flood, just 8 kings ruled over humanity for a staggering 241,200 years. If you enjoy exploring historical mysteries, hit that like button and subscribe. Tell me in the comments where you are listening from, what time it is there. And as always with our videos, the visuals are here to add context, but they aren't necessary to follow along. Prepare yourselves, let's dive in. Let's rewind to 1922. In the sun-scorched plains of modern-day Iraq, a British archaeological expedition, led by Herbert Weld-Blundell, was excavating the ruins of the ancient Sumerian city of Larsa. Amidst the rubble and dust, they found it, a 4-sided clay prism, covered from top to bottom in cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script of the Sumerians. When it was finally translated, scholars were baffled. They expected another record of grain harvests, trade deals, or temple hymns. Instead, they found a meticulously organised list of rulers, their capital cities, and the length of their reigns. The style wasn't poetic or mythological. It was written with the dry precision of an accountant or a court scribe. It reads like a ledger, a factual record. But the facts it records are impossible. The list begins with a simple yet world-altering statement. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. The first king of Eridu, it says, was named Alulim. He ruled for 28,800 years. The second king, Alalgar, ruled for 36,000 years. The third, Enmenlu-Ana, held the throne for 43,200 years. The list continues through 8 kings in 5 different cities, each reign lasting for tens of thousands of years. The scribe then tallies the total, 8 kings, their reigns summing to 241,200 years. And then the list comes to an abrupt, chilling halt with a single stark sentence. Then the flood swept over. To the modern mind, these numbers are absurd. No human being can live for 28,000 years, let alone rule for that long. The immediate reaction from mainstream historians was to dismiss this entire section as pure fantasy, a creation myth no different from tales of giants or dragons. They labelled these early rulers as mythological figures, and their reigns as symbolic. It was a neat and tidy explanation that allowed history to begin safely after the flood. But the prism held a secret that made this easy dismissal impossible. Because after that line about the flood, the list picks right back up. It names new kings in new cities, but now the reigns are dramatically shorter. A few hundred years, then just over a century, then a few decades. Suddenly the numbers become believable, and that's when the real bombshell drops. The post-flood section of the list names kings who we know, through other texts and archaeological discoveries, were real historical figures. Most famously it lists Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, whose epic is one of the world's oldest pieces of literature, and whose city walls have been physically unearthed. This creates an inescapable paradox. If the later part of the Sumerian king list is accepted as a genuine historical record, how can we so confidently dismiss the first part? The same scribe, using the same matter-of-fact tone, wrote down both. The document makes no distinction between the mythical kings who ruled for 43,000 years and the historical kings who ruled for 43. It presents them all as part of a single, continuous history, interrupted only by a great flood. To ignore the first half is to tear a document in two and claim only the piece we like is authentic. This forces us to ask a terrifying question. What if the list isn't a myth at all? What if it's a memory? The mystery deepens when you look at the math. The impossibly long reigns aren't just random, exaggerated numbers. They follow a precise pattern based on the Sumerian sexagesimal, base 60, system of mathematics. Their highest unit of time was called a sar, which represented 3,600 years. Look at the reigns again through this lens. Alulim's reign of 28,800 years is exactly 8 sars. Alalgar's 36,000 years is exactly 10 sars. Enmenluana's 43,200 years is exactly 12 sars. This isn't the work of a storyteller pulling numbers out of thin air. This is a calculated, deliberate system. The scribes were recording something they believed to be ordered and precise. But what? This leads us to two mind-bending possibilities. The first is that the numbers are symbolic, representing eras of influence or cosmic cycles. But if so, why present them as the reigns of specific named individuals? The second possibility is far more radical. What if these rulers weren't human as we know it? The list itself gives us a clue in its very first line. Kingship descended from heaven. For the Sumerians, the right to rule wasn't a human invention. It was a gift, an institution delivered to Earth from the outside. This has led some researchers to a controversial, almost unthinkable conclusion: that the king list is a record of a time when Earth was governed by non-human entities, beings whose biology, or perhaps technology, allowed for lifespans that make a mockery of our own. In the background of this theory looms a single powerful name from the Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki, a term often translated as those who from heaven to earth came. The Weld Blundell prism is not a standalone fantasy. At least 16 other fragments of the king list have been found across Mesopotamia, in cities like Nippur and Kish, all telling the same core story. It was a foundational, accepted history for the people who invented civilization. They believed without question that their world was born from an age of godlike kings, an age that ended in a world-destroying flood. This clay prism, therefore, doesn't just ask us to reconsider the timeline of history. It forces us to question the very nature of our past and the identity of those who first sat on a throne on planet Earth. It presents a history divided into two distinct acts: the world before the water and the world after. And our journey begins in that lost world before the flood, as we explore the meaning behind that first, fateful descent of kingship from the heavens. That single line, "Kingship descended from heaven," is more than just an ancient poetic phrase. It is a complete re-engineering of the story of human civilization. Our modern understanding, built over centuries of archaeology and anthropology, tells a story of gradual evolution. We picture small bands of hunter-gatherers slowly settling down, learning agriculture, forming villages. And over thousands of years, these villages grew into towns, and towns into the first cities. In this model, government and kingship were a natural bottom-up invention, a necessary tool created by humans to manage increasingly complex problems, like irrigation, food storage, and defence. It was a human solution to human problems. The Sumerian king list throws this entire model into the fire. It presents a radical alternative, a top-down origin. It claims that civilization didn't painstakingly invent kingship. Instead, the institution of kingship arrived first, fully formed, as a package delivered from an external source. Civilization then crystallized around this pre-existing structure. Think about what this implies. It suggests that human society didn't develop its own operating system through trial and error. An operating system was installed. This concept fundamentally changes the role of the first rulers. They weren't just the strongest warlords or the cleverest priests who managed to seize power. They were appointees, the first CEOs of a cosmic franchise established on Earth. Their authority didn't come from the consent of the governed or the might of their armies. It came from a higher, off-world power. This is the very essence of what we now call divine right. The belief that a monarch is subject to no earthly authority, deriving the right to rule directly from the will of God. We tend to think of this as a later invention, a justification for power used by European kings in the Middle Ages. But the Sumerians are telling us it was there from the absolute beginning. The first king who ever ruled did so because he was chosen by the gods. The stage for this monumental event was a city called Eridu. For the Sumerians, Eridu wasn't just a city, it was the first city, the primordial home. Archaeological digs confirm Eridu is one of the oldest settlements in Mesopotamia, with its foundations dating back to around 5400 BCE. But what they found there is strange. The city seems to appear with a surprising level of sophistication. Deep below the sands, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a small shrine. Over centuries, this shrine was obsessively rebuilt. Again and again, each new temple larger and more elaborate than the last, built directly on top of the foundations of the old one. It's as if the inhabitants were trying to maintain a sacred connection to that specific spot on the earth, a point of contact between their world and another. Sumerian mythology tells us exactly why. Eridu was the home of Enki, the god of wisdom, knowledge, magic, and creation. Enki was often depicted as a friend to humanity, the great scientist and engineer of the gods. If kingship, with all its associated laws, sciences, and social structures, was a gift, Enki's city would be the logical delivery point. This brings us to the most provocative interpretation of descended from heaven. What if the Sumerians meant it literally? What if the Anunnaki, the gods who they said came from the sky, were not mythological figures but physical beings? Beings with advanced technology and a profound understanding of social engineering. In this scenario, the establishment of kingship was a deliberate act of intervention. Perhaps they saw early humans living in chaotic, scattered tribes and decided to impose order. They didn't just teach us how to build temples, they taught us how to build a society. They delivered the blueprints for law, for science, for writing, and for government. The first kings, then, were the local managers of this grand project, possibly even hybrids, part Anunnaki, part human, serving as the perfect intermediaries between the creators and their creation. This hypothesis, while radical, offers a startlingly neat explanation for one of archaeology's biggest puzzles: the Sumerian problem. Civilization seems to explode out of nowhere in southern Mesopotamia. Complex writing, advanced mathematics, including the base 60 system we still use to measure time and circles, astonishingly accurate astronomical knowledge, and monumental architecture all appear in a remarkably short period, with few primitive antecedents. It's as if a switch was flipped. The conventional theory of slow, gradual development struggles to explain this sudden leap. But a theory of external intervention, of knowledge being given rather than learned, explains it perfectly. This idea of a heavenly mandate for rulers is not unique to Sumer. It's a foundational belief for nearly every great ancient civilization, a strange echo across cultures separated by vast distances and thousands of years. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was not merely a king, he was a living god, the earthly incarnation of the god Horus and the son of Ra. His authority was absolute because it was divine. In China, emperors ruled by the mandate of heaven. Tianming. Heaven would grant a just ruler the right to lead, and would withdraw that mandate from a corrupt one, leading to the downfall of a dynasty. In the biblical tradition, it is God who anoints kings like Saul and David, bestowing upon them the authority to rule his chosen people. Across the globe, from the Inca emperors who claim descent from the sun god Inti, to the Japanese emperors who trace their lineage to the sun goddess Amaterasu, the story is the same. True authority flows from the sky, not from the earth. Could this universal myth be a shared, distorted memory, of a single event? A memory of a time when humanity's path was deliberately and directly altered by non-human intelligence. The Sumerian king list doesn't just suggest this, it presents it as the opening fact of its historical record. It states plainly that our story as a civilized species did not begin with a human idea. It began with a divine directive. The implications are staggering. It means that the very structures that govern our lives, laws, hierarchies, and the concentration of power, may not be human inventions at all. They might be alien. We are left facing a choice between two realities. Either kingship descended from heaven is the most successful piece of political propaganda ever invented, a myth created to legitimize earthly rulers, or it is the literal truth, a 4,000-year-old memory of the moment our world was forever changed by contact. The prism gives us our first clue by naming the very first king to hold this divine mandate in the sacred city of Eridu, a ruler named Alulim. In the sacred primordial city of Eridu, the Sumerian king list tells us that the celestial gift of kingship was bestowed upon its first recipient, a king named Alulim. With this act, the clock of civilization begins to tick. The list is starkly simple in its description. It offers no tales of his coronation, no epic poems about his battles, no hymns praising his wisdom. It states only his name, his city, and a number that defies all human experience. Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. This isn't just a long reign, it's a span of time so vast it contains all of recorded human history. From the building of the pyramids to the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. 3 times over. To our modern sensibilities, this number is the ultimate proof that Alulim is a myth. But to the Sumerians, the number itself was proof of his legitimacy. As we saw, 28,800 is precisely 8 Sars, 8 cycles of 3,600 years. It was a perfect, cosmically significant number, signalling a reign in harmony with the order of the heavens. To even try and comprehend this, we must detach from our own sense of time. Imagine a king who did not age as we do, a ruler who was a constant, unyielding presence as dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of generations of his subjects were born, lived their lives, and died. For the people of Eridu, Alulim wouldn't have been a man. He would have been a geological feature, as permanent as the river and as eternal as the sun. This absolute stability would have cemented the idea of kingship as a divine, unshakable institution. How could anyone question a system whose leader had presided over their civilization since time immemorial? His very existence was the ultimate proof that the kingship he held was not of this world. This is where the Anunnaki theory provides a compelling, if unsettling, framework. If Alulim was not a human king but an Anunnaki governor, or a genetically modified human-Anunnaki hybrid with an extended lifespan, the 28,800-year reign shifts from being a mythological impossibility to a simple statement of fact from a non-human perspective. After Alulim's epic reign concluded, the king list tells us kingship remained in Eridu. The throne passed to a second ruler, Alalgar, and his reign was even longer, 36,000 years, a perfect 10 Sars. The pattern continues. Alalgar, like Alulim, is a ghost in the historical record. No stories of his deeds survive, only his name and his impossible number. His reign reinforces the theme of cosmic order and stability. He wasn't remembered for changing the world, but for maintaining it. For 36 millennia, he was the anchor, the shepherd who kept the flock. Together, these first 2 kings ruled from Eridu for a combined 64,800 years. To put that in perspective, the last great ice age ended only about 11,700 years ago. According to this document, the city of Eridu was a stable, continuously governed political entity for a period of time longer than Homo sapiens has practiced agriculture. This forces us to look again at Eridu. Was it just a collection of mud brick huts, or was it something more? As archaeologists dug deeper, they found that the city's central temple, rebuilt over and over, contained unusual artifacts. In the deepest, oldest layers, they found vast quantities of fish bones piled up as if in offering. This aligns perfectly with Sumerian myth, which states that Eridu was the home of Enki, a god who was often depicted as emerging from the sweet waters, the Abzu, and whose symbol was a fish. The myths tell of strange beings who came from the sea to teach humanity the arts of civilization. One text describes the Apkallu, 7 semi-divine sages who were sent by Enki before the flood to give culture to mankind. They were described as being adorned with the bodies of fish. Is it possible that Alulim and Alalgar were remembered as these Apkallu, these civilizing teachers from another realm? Let's entertain a conspiracy. What if Eridu was more than just the first city? What if it was the first Earth base, a colonial outpost established by the Anunnaki? Its location on the edge of the Persian Gulf, in the marshlands of southern Mesopotamia, would have been ideal. It provided access to water, resources, and a location from which to expand. The impossibly long reigns of its first 2 kings would then represent the initial, stable period of this off-world project, a time of direct oversight before the operation expanded. In this view, Eridu was the original Eden, not a garden but a controlled environment, a city-state where the grand experiment of human civilization began under the watchful eyes of its non-human creators. When the king list states that after Alalgar's reign, Eridu was abandoned and its kingship was taken to Bad Tibira, it signals a major shift in the story. This wasn't the collapse of a city, it reads like a planned, strategic relocation. The headquarters moved. Why? The name of the new capital, Bad Tibira, gives us a clue. It translates as Wall of the Coppersmiths, or Fortress of the Metalworkers. The focus of the entire antediluvian project was about to change. It was moving from the watery realm of Enki and the establishment of civilization to something more industrial, more tangible. The age of philosophy and law was ending, and the age of the forge was about to begin. But the legacy of Eridu and its 2 phantom kings endured. They established the precedent. They were the alpha and omega of the first phase of history, a period of unimaginable length and stability that laid the foundation for everything that followed. They are names without stories, but their numbers tell a story of their own, a story of time on a scale that is not human, and of a power that was not born on earth. They were the gardeners who planted the first seeds of kingship in the soil of our planet. When kingship was relocated from the sacred city of Eridu, it wasn't just a change of address, it was a change in mission. The new capital, Bad Tibira, the fortress of the metalworkers, signals a shift from the quiet establishment of civilization to a new, fiery era of industry and transformation. This is where the Anunnaki project, if we dare to call it that, kicks into high gear. The first king to rule from this industrial hub was ʟᴜᴜᴅ. His reign, according to the Prism, lasted for 43,200 years. This number is incredibly specific and deeply significant. It is exactly 12 Sars. In Sumerian cosmology, and indeed in many ancient traditions, the number 12 represents completion and cosmic order. 12 months in a year, 12 houses of the zodiac. His reign symbolized a perfect, complete cycle of celestial and earthly power. But the power in Bad Tibira was tangible. It glowed in the heat of furnaces and rang with the sound of hammers. To the ancients, metallurgy was not just a craft. It was a form of magic, a divine art. To pull dull rock from the earth and through fire and secret knowledge, transform it into gleaming, indestructible metal was to imitate the gods themselves. This was the ultimate act of creation, and Bad Tibira was its global centre. Under ʟᴜᴜᴅ, humanity was not just being governed, it was being taught how to master the physical world. This aligns with chilling precision to the core thesis of researchers like Zecharia Sitchin. He argued the Anunnaki came to Earth for one primary reason: to mine its precious metals, specifically gold, which they needed to repair the atmosphere of their home planet, Nibiru. In this scenario, Bad Tibira wasn't just a capital city, It was a massive industrial refinery. ʟᴏᴜᴅᴜ wasn't a human king. He was the Anunnaki site director, overseeing a mining and processing operation of planetary scale for over 43 millennia. After ʟᴏᴜᴜ's great cycle of 12 Sars was complete, kingship remained in the city of the Forge, passing to a ruler named ʟᴏᴜᴜᴅ. His reign is listed as 28,800 years,
Just
or
take
8
me
Sars,
home to
the exact same
Jesus.
duration as Ululim, the very first king. This repetition is deliberate. It signals that after an age of intense industrial development, it was time for a new beginning, a period of consolidation, and the implementation of a different kind of technology, social technology. While ʟᴏᴜᴜᴜ mastered matter, ʟᴏᴜᴜᴜ's role was to master society. His legacy is tied to one of the most fascinating and mysterious concepts in Sumerian thought, the sacred me. The me were a set of divine decrees or universal laws, often described as physical objects, perhaps tablets or data crystals, that held the blueprints for every single aspect of a high civilization. There were me for kingship, for priesthood, justice, writing, music, weaving, mathematics, even for complex concepts like truth and deceit. They were the divine software for civilization. Sumerian myth says the me were owned by the great god Enki, who kept them in his city of Eridu. ʟᴜᴜᴜ's reign suggests a period where these foundational principles were disseminated and encoded into the fabric of society from the new capital of Bad Tibira. He was the guardian of the cosmic laws, the king who ensured that the new industrial power was balanced by divine order. From an Anunnaki perspective, the me could be seen as a literal database, a complete instruction set for building a functioning, controlled society, handed down to a chosen administrator to ensure the human workforce remained organised and productive. After these 2 long, stable reigns dedicated to industry and order, the story takes a sharp and deeply human turn. The final king to rule from Bad Tibira was Dumuzid, whose reign is listed as 36,000 years, or 10 Sars. But unlike the silent administrative figures before
At
him,
what point do
Dumuzid
you
leaps
stroke
from the
it
clay
this
prison
stream?
and into the
Whenever
heart
you
of
pay me,
mythology.
bro.
He is remembered not just as a king, but as
Got my
Dumuzid
socials
the
on here.
shepherd.
Send me a DM.
More importantly,
Send me some
he
money.
is the central figure in one of history's most
I'll give you
enduring
whatever
and
you want, man.
influential stories, the myth of the dying and rising god. The story, told in passionate poems and laments, is a cosmic tragedy. Dumuzid was the lover of the powerful goddess Inanna, later known as Ishtar. When Inanna descended into the underworld and was trapped there, a substitute had to be found for her to be released. Demonic figures came for Dumuzid, and despite his attempts to hide, he was captured and dragged down into the land of the dead. His death plunged the world into sorrow and infertility. Inanna, consumed by grief, eventually arranged for him to return to the world. And rising god. The story was Dumuzid, whose reign is listed as 36,000 years, or 10 Sars. But unlike the silent administrative figures before
At
him,
what point do
Dumuzid
you
leaps
stroke
from the
it
clay
this
prison
stream?
and into the
Whenever
heart
you
of
pay me,
mythology.
bro.
He is remembered not just as a king, but as
Got my
Dumuzid
socials
the
on here.
shepherd.
Send me a DM.
More importantly,
Send me some
he
money.
is the central figure in one of history's most
I'll give you
enduring
whatever you
and
want, man.
influential stories, the myth of the living for rising god. The story was Dumuzid, whose reign is listed as 36,000 years, or 10 Sars. But unlike the silent administrative figures before
At
him,
what point do
Dumuzid
you
leaps
stroke
from the
it
clay
this
prison
stream?
and into the
Whenever
heart
you
of
pay me,
mythology.
bro.
He is remembered not just as a king, but as
Got my
Dumuzid
socials
the
on
shepherd.
here. Send me a DM.
More importantly,
Send me some
he
money.
is the central figure in one of history's most
I'll give you
enduring
whatever
and
you want, man.
influential stories, the myth of the dying and rising. In one of history's most
I'll give you
enduring
whatever
and
you want, man.
influential stories. But unlike the silent administrative figures before him, half of every year. His annual death marked the coming of the dry, barren summer, and his return in the spring brought back fertility and new life. Dumuzid is the archetype. He is the original blueprint for Osiris in Egypt, for Tammuz in Babylon, Adonis in Greece, and Mithras in Rome. This narrative of a divine figure who dies and is resurrected, whose fate is tied to the salvation and renewal of the world, became a foundational pillar of religion across the ancient world. Even the central story of Christianity, that of a divine shepherd who sacrifices himself and rises again, echoes the tale of Dumuzid, first told millennia earlier. This presents an incredible puzzle. How did a king from a pre-flood list, who supposedly ruled for 36,000 years, become the subject of such a deeply personal and emotional myth? Was he a real, unimaginably ancient ruler whose tragic death was later mythologized into a story about the seasons? Or was he always a mythological figure, a personification of the agricultural cycle, who was later inserted into the king list to give him a historical pedigree? The Sumerian scribes saw no contradiction. For them, he was both, a historical king of an ancient age and a god whose passion played out in the sky and the soil every year. With the end of his reign, the era of ʟᴑ, the city of fire, law, and passion, concluded. The king list states that kingship would move once more, this time to a mysterious city named Larak, a place that, unlike Eridu, has never been found. After the fiery industrial age of ʟᴑ, the transfer of kingship marks another enigmatic shift in the antediluvian narrative. The new capital was Larak, a city that exists only as a name on the clay prism. Despite extensive archaeological surveys in Iraq, no ruins of Larak have ever been conclusively identified. It is a ghost city, a capital of a forgotten kingdom that has left no physical trace. This has led to speculation that Larak was either completely obliterated by the flood, or that its name was a stand-in for a location whose true nature was meant to be kept secret. Perhaps a command centre, a scientific outpost, or a place of judgment. The sole king to rule from this lost city was ᴑᴜᴅ Zid Ana. His reign is recorded as 28,800 years, another perfect 8 sars, mirroring the reigns of the first king, Alulim, and the lawgiver king, Enmengal Ana. This specific number suggests his reign was one of balance, order, and cosmic stability, a return to foundational principles after the dramatic and emotional era of Dumuzid. While the king list is silent on his deeds, later Sumerian texts connect the city of Larak with the god Ninurta, a powerful warrior deity who was also the god of farming and healing. He was a divine enforcer, a bringer of both destructive floods and life-giving irrigation. This duality suggests that Larak's purpose, and ᴑᴜᴅ Zid Ana's long reign, may have been about maintaining the delicate balance of the planet's systems. He may have been the king of law and order, not just for society, but for nature itself. In the Anunnaki framework, this could represent a period of planetary management. After decades of intensive mining and industrial activity in ʟᴑ, perhaps a long period of ecological stabilization and control was required. ᴑᴜᴅ Zid Ana's reign, from his hidden capital, could have been that of a divine environmental regulator, managing the climate, the waters, and the agriculture that sustained the human population for nearly 30 millennia. His obscurity and the hidden nature of his city would have been essential for such a critical, behind-the-scenes role. When his reign concluded, kingship moved to its 4th capital, the city of Sippar. Sippar is another real city, whose ruins have been found and excavated. It was famous throughout the ancient world as a major centre for the worship of the sun god, Utu, later known as Shamash in Babylonian. Utu was not only the god of the sun, but also the supreme god of justice and divination. It was said he could see everything that happened on earth during the day, making him the ultimate judge. The king who ruled from Sippar, Enmendur, is one of the most intriguing figures in the entire list. He reigned for 21,000 years, a period of just under 6 sars. But it's not the length of his reign that makes him famous. It's the story of his destiny. Later Mesopotamian texts claim that ᴑᴜᴜᴅ was summoned to heaven by the gods Utu and Adad. There he was seated on a golden throne, taught the secrets of the cosmos, the science of divination, how to observe oil on water, and how to read the liver of sacrificed animals to foretell the future. He was essentially initiated into the divine council and then sent back to Earth to establish the priestly class who would carry this knowledge. His story is a direct parallel to the much more famous biblical figure of Enoch, of whom the book of Genesis says, Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. Like Enoch, ᴑᴜᴜᴅ did not die, he ascended. This story represents the most direct link between the earthly kings and their heavenly patrons. It's a literal account of knowledge transfer. The secrets of the universe were not discovered. They were revealed. For conspiracy theorists, ᴑᴜᴜᴅ's story is a smoking gun. To be taken up to heaven is interpreted not as a spiritual metaphor, but as a physical event. Was he taken aboard a spacecraft, transported to an orbital station, or even another planet, educated in advanced sciences and then returned to his people as a prophet king? The secrets he was taught, astronomy, mathematics, and methods of prediction, could be seen as simplified versions of advanced technology and probability science, translated into ritual forms that a primitive culture could understand and preserve. His reign of 21,000 years in the city of the sun god then becomes the long era during which this celestial knowledge was disseminated, laying the groundwork for the priestly and scientific traditions that would dominate Mesopotamia for millennia. The final chapter of the antediluvian world takes place in the fifth and last capital city, Shuruppak. The king who ruled there was Ubaratutu. His reign is listed as 18,600 years, the shortest of all the pre-flood kings. This shortening of his reign, as if time itself was accelerating towards a final conclusion, is a dramatic foreshadowing of the end. Like the other kings, the list tells us nothing of his deeds, but his significance is monumental, for he was the last king of the old world. His name is forever linked to the coming cataclysm because of his famous son. While the king list doesn't name him, other texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh identify Ubaratutu as the father of Utnapishtim, the man who would become the Sumerian Noah. The story is eerily familiar. The gods, led by the angry Enlil, decide to destroy humanity with a great flood, but the wise god Enki, who had a hand in humanity's creation, secretly warns Utnapishtim. He tells him to dismantle his house and build a massive boat, a cube-shaped ark, and to load it with his family and the seed of all living things. Ubaratutu's reign, therefore, was the calm before the storm. He was the king who presided over the final years of a civilization that had endured for nearly 250,000 years, unaware that it was living on borrowed time. His son would become the sole thread of continuity, the man who would carry the legacy of the antediluvian world through the watery abyss and into the new world that would rise from its ashes. With the end of Ubaratutu's rule, the list of impossibly long-lived kings concludes. The age of gods on earth was over. The sky was about to fall. Then the flood swept over. With that one devastatingly simple sentence, the Sumerian king list closes the book on an entire epoch of existence. After meticulously recording 241,200 years of history, the scribe uses just 4 words to describe the event that reset the world. There is no poetic description of the rising waters, no theological explanation for the god's anger. It is presented as a cold, hard fact, a boundary line drawn across time. On one side, an age of kings with godlike lifespans. On the other, a drowned world and the dawn of a new lesser age for humanity. This event, the Great Flood, is not just a Sumerian story. It is arguably humanity's most persistent and universal myth. It appears, with breathtakingly similar details, in hundreds of cultures across the globe, from peoples who could have had no possible contact with one another. In Mesopotamia, the story is told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Utnapishtim describes the terrifying deluge, a storm of such violence that the gods themselves cowered in fear. In the Bible, Noah is commanded by God to build an ark to survive the waters that will cover the highest mountains. In ancient Greece, Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha survive a flood sent by Zeus by floating in a wooden chest. In India, the Manu Vaivasvata is warned of a coming flood by the god Vishnu in the form of a fish and builds a great ship to save himself. The stories echo from the Aztecs of Mexico to the Aboriginal tribes of Australia, from the Norse myths of Scandinavia to the legends of the native peoples of North and South America. All tell of a time when the world was consumed by water and a handful of chosen people survived to repopulate the earth. For a long time, historians dismissed this as a simple flood myth, a common story for early civilizations who lived by rivers and feared their destructive power. But the sheer global ubiquity of the tale suggests something more profound. Could this be a shared species-wide memory of a real planet-altering cataclysm? The geological record provides a startling answer. Yes. Around 12,800 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, a period known as the Younger Dryas began. The Earth, which had been gradually warming, was suddenly plunged back into near-glacial conditions. The cause of this sudden climate shift is the subject of intense scientific debate, but one of the leading theories is the impact of one or more comets over the North American ice sheet. The immense heat from the impacts would have instantly vaporized a massive amount of ice, while also destabilizing the entire ice sheet, leading to a catastrophic meltwater pulse into the world's oceans. The result would have been a rapid sea level rise on a global scale, mega tsunamis and coastal flooding that would have wiped out any civilization living near the shore. This is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and it provides a terrifyingly plausible scientific basis for the myth of a worldwide flood. Archaeology provides another piece of the puzzle. Excavations in southern Iraq, at the site of the ancient city of Shuruppak, the final antediluvian capital, uncovered a thick uniform layer of river silt, nearly 10 feet deep in some places, dating to around 2900 BCE. This flood layer cleanly separates the earlier strata of the city from the later ones. The city was clearly hit by a devastating flood that interrupted its history. While this specific event was a regional river flood, not a global cataclysm, its memory may have merged with the older, deeper memory of the Younger Dryas event to create the epic flood myth we know today. The Sumerian king list, however, treats the flood as more than just a natural disaster. It is a fundamental turning point in the nature of reality. Before the flood, kings were, for all intents and purposes, immortal. After the flood, they became human. The lifespans recorded on the Prism contract dramatically, from tens of thousands of years to mere centuries, and then to the familiar lifespans of today. It's as if the flood washed away not just cities, but a specific kind of biological or spiritual longevity. The Bible mirrors this exact idea. Before the flood, patriarchs like Methuselah lived for nearly a millennium. After the flood, God explicitly shortens the human lifespan, declaring in Genesis 6:3, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. Both traditions record a deliberate, divine nerfing of humanity in the flood's aftermath. From the perspective of the Anunnaki theory, the flood takes on an even more sinister and deliberate character. Was it an accident of nature that they simply allowed to happen? Or was it a tool, a controlled demolition? Some theorists propose that the Anunnaki themselves triggered the cataclysm, perhaps by using advanced technology to destabilize the Antarctic ice sheet, as a way to wipe the slate clean. In this version of the story, humanity had become unruly, or perhaps the hybridization experiment had produced undesirable results. The flood was a reset button, a way to eliminate the majority of the population and start over with a more manageable group of survivors. The story of Enki secretly warning Utnapishtim then becomes an act of rebellion, a compassionate scientist saving his creation from his more ruthless colleagues. This interpretation paints the flood not as an act of God, but as an act of industrial-scale genocide. The survivors, like Utnapishtim, were not just lucky, they were chosen. They were the genetic stock selected to rebuild the world, perhaps with new built-in limitations like a shorter lifespan, to ensure they would never again challenge their creators. Regardless of its cause, the flood serves as the great filter of human history. It separates myth from verifiable records, gods from men, and an age of impossible longevity from our own fleeting mortal existence. It is the scar on our collective psyche, a memory of a time when the world we knew was completely and utterly erased. When the waters finally receded, the world was new, but it was also diminished. The direct link to the heavens seemed to have been severed. Humanity was, for the first time, on its own, and it would be up to a new breed of king to lead them out of the mud. When the waters of the great flood receded, they left behind a world scoured clean, a blank slate upon which a new history would be written. The Sumerian king list marks this new beginning with the same dispassionate tone it used to describe the end. After the flood had swept over and the kingship had descended from heaven, the kingship was in Kish. The age of godlike kings was over. The new era belonged to men. The reigns listed now are dramatically shorter, more believable. The first post-flood dynasty in the city of Kish has kings who rule for 960, 840, or 300 years, still incredibly long by our standards, but a tiny fraction of the reigns before the flood. And as the list moves forward in time, the numbers continue to shrink until they become entirely plausible historical reigns of 20, 30, or 40 years. It is in this new, more grounded reality that we meet the single most important figure on the entire prism, Gilgamesh, the fifth king of the first dynasty of Uruk. The king list records his reign with its usual brevity. The divine Gilgamesh. His reign was 126 years. But unlike the silent phantoms of the antediluvian age, Gilgamesh explodes out of the cuneiform and into history as a fully formed character. He is the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the world's first great work of literature, an epic poem that predates Homer's Iliad by at least 1,500 years. His story, pieced together from fragments of clay tablets, tells of a powerful, arrogant king who is 2/3 god and 1/3 man, a demigod who rules his city with an iron fist. To humble him, the gods create a wild man, Enkidu, who becomes his rival, then his best friend. Together they embark on heroic adventures, slaying monsters and defying the gods. But when Enkidu is condemned to die as punishment, Gilgamesh is shattered by grief and for the first time confronted with his own mortality. This is where his story becomes a crucial bridge between the two halves of the king list. Terrified of death, Gilgamesh embarks on a desperate quest for immortality. He decides to seek out the one man who is said to have escaped death, Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood. After a long and perilous journey to the ends of the earth, he finds the ancient sage. Utnapishtim then tells Gilgamesh the entire story of the flood from a first-person perspective. The god's decision, the secret warning from Enki, the construction of the ark, the terrifying storm, the landing on the mountain, and the divine gift of eternal life that he and his wife were granted. Gilgamesh is listening to a direct, living link to the world before the flood. The story confirms that the events described by the king list were understood by the Mesopotamians not as myth, but as a real event in their history. Utnapishtim is the living proof. But when Gilgamesh begs for the secret to eternal life, Utnapishtim tells him the hard truth. That gift was a one-time deal. The age of immortals is over. The gods have decreed that for mankind, death is the ultimate fate. In this single, poignant moment, the epic confirms the great reset described by the king list. The bridge to the past is there, but the door is closed. Gilgamesh, despite being 2/3 divine, is locked into the new, mortal reality. He ultimately fails in his quest and returns to his city of Uruk, having learned the bitter lesson that true immortality can only be found in the great deeds and lasting works one leaves behind. For a long time, scholars believed Gilgamesh was a purely mythological character, like Hercules or King Arthur. But then, archaeology began to catch up with the myth. In the 19th and 20th centuries, excavators unearthed the sprawling ruins of the ancient city of Uruk, one of the first true cities in world history. They found massive city walls, just as the epic described, and historical inscriptions that named other kings from Gilgamesh's dynasty listed on the prism. Gilgamesh's name itself appears in other contemporary texts as a real, historical king. He wasn't a myth, he was a memory, a real ruler whose life and deeds were so extraordinary that they became the foundation for centuries of legend. This is what makes Gilgamesh the linchpin of the entire Sumerian king list. He is the anchor that moors the seemingly fantastical first half of the document to the verifiable reality of the second half. Because Gilgamesh is real, it forces us to take the entire list more seriously. The scribe who recorded Gilgamesh's reign of 126 years is the same one who recorded Elulim's reign of 28,800 years. To the author, they were both equally historical. Gilgamesh's part divine nature, 2/3 god, 1/3 man, also serves as a tantalizing clue. Was this a poetic description of his immense power, or a literal memory of the Anunnaki legacy? He could be seen as a product of the tail end of the hybridization program, a descendant of the divine bloodlines that had become diluted over time. His quest for immortality wasn't just a metaphor for the human condition, it was a literal attempt to reclaim the birthright of his ancestors, the longevity that was lost in the flood. His failure marks the final, tragic end of that connection. After Gilgamesh, the divine spark seems to fade, and the kings of Mesopotamia become fully, tragically human. He stands on the shoreline between history and myth, 1 foot in the world of gods, and 1 in the world of men, the perfect hero for an age of transition. The story etched into the Sumerian king list of a lost age of impossibly long-lived rulers brought to an end by a world-altering flood would be astonishing enough if it were an isolated tale. But it's not. The same narrative framework, a golden age of longevity, a great cataclysm, followed by a new era of shortened human lifespans, appears like a persistent echo in the foundational texts of other major civilizations. It's as if the core components of this Sumerian memory were smuggled out of the flood on different arcs, preserved in the oral traditions of the survivors, and eventually written down in different languages and different lands. The most striking and well-known parallel is found in the early chapters of the Book of Genesis in the Hebrew Bible. The Bible's list of the patriarchs from Adam to Noah reads like a direct, albeit condensed echo of the Sumerian antediluvian kings. Adam is said to have lived 930 years. His son Seth lived 912 years. His grandson Enos lived 905 years. The list continues for 10 generations, culminating in the most famous long-lived figure of all, Methuselah, who reached the age of 969. While these lifespans are counted in centuries rather than the Sumerian millennia, the underlying principle is identical. Before the flood, humans lived for extraordinarily long periods of time. The Bible even has its own Enoch, a man who walked with God and was taken directly to heaven without dying, a story that mirrors the Sumerian king Enmen-dur-Ana of Sippar, who also ascended to the heavens. Then, just like in the Sumerian record, the flood comes and acts as a great dividing line. After Noah and the Ark, lifespans begin a steady and dramatic decline. The post-flood patriarchs like Abraham live for 175 years, Moses for 120, and by the time of King David, the psalmist declares the human lifespan to be a mere 70 or 80 years. The narrative arc is precisely the same as the king list, a lost golden age of longevity, a watery cataclysm, and a new diminished world. For centuries, scholars explained this away by suggesting the Hebrew authors, during their exile in Babylon in the 6th century BCE, simply borrowed and adapted Mesopotamian myths. But the similarities may run deeper than literary theft. What if both the Sumerian and Hebrew texts are drawing from a common, much older source of memory, a shared historical tradition about the true nature of the world before the flood, passed down by different branches of survivors? The echo doesn't stop in the Middle East. In ancient Egypt, the historian Manetho, writing in the 3rd century BCE, compiled a history of his country's dynasties. Like the Sumerian king list, his work begins with a lost primordial age. He lists a series of divine beings, gods and demigods, who ruled Egypt for a period totaling thousands of years before the first mortal pharaoh, Menes, unified the country. The famous Turin King Papyrus, a badly damaged document from the reign of Rameses II, confirms this tradition, beginning its list of rulers with dynasties of gods who reigned for vast, mythological spans of time. Once again, we see the same pattern, a belief in a real, historical epoch when divine or semi-divine beings ruled the land for periods far exceeding human lifespans, an age that preceded the historical dynasties. The pattern repeats with almost monotonous regularity across the globe. In ancient India, Hindu cosmology describes a cycle of 4 great yugas, or ages. The first and most perfect age, the Satya Yuga, was a golden era where humans were said to be gigantic, powerful, and lived for 100,000 years. As each successive yuga unfolds, humanity's lifespan, virtue, and physical stature decline, leading to our current degraded age, the Kali Yuga. In China, ancient legends speak of a series of sage kings and divine emperors who ruled in the dawn of time, bringing the gifts of civilization and living for hundreds of years. The Yellow Emperor, for example, was said to have reigned for a century. What are we to make of this global consensus? Is it simply a universal human tendency to romanticize the past, to invent a golden age of giants and gods? Or is it a genuine, deeply ingrained memory, a piece of historical data that has been preserved in the amber of myth? If it is a memory, then the Sumerian king list is simply the most detailed and bureaucratic version of it that has survived. It suggests that the antediluvian civilization it describes was not a local Mesopotamian phenomenon, but a global one. The kingship that descended from heaven may have been a planetary system of governance. The flood in this context becomes an event that shattered a connected world, throwing the survivors into a dark age. In their isolation, each group preserved the memory of the before times, the antediluvian world, in their own unique way, but the core elements remain the same. This theory offers a radical new lens through which to view ancient myths. They are not just fanciful stories. They are corrupted data files, fragmented historical records of a lost chapter of human history. The gods of the Greeks, the Devas of the Hindus, the Elohim of the Bible, and the Anunnaki of the Sumerians could all be different names for the same group of powerful, long-lived beings who governed the planet before the Great Reset. The Sumerian king list, in its dry numerical precision, may be the closest thing we have to the original, uncorrupted master file of that forgotten age. It provides the names, the locations, and the precise timeline that other cultures only remembered in the dreamlike language of myth. It's the historical backbone upon which the world's mythologies were built. The Sumerian king list presents us with a set of facts that are fundamentally irreconcilable with our understanding of history. The mainstream explanations that the long reigns are merely symbolic, or that the entire pre-flood section is pure myth, begin to feel inadequate. They are explanations that dismiss the evidence rather than engage with it. They crumble under the sheer mathematical precision of the reigns and the uncanny parallels in global mythology. To truly confront the mystery, we need a theory that takes the document at its word. In the 1970s, a rogue scholar named Zecharia Sitchin did exactly that. He proposed a breathtaking, all-encompassing theory that reframed the entire history of the human race. To Sitchin, the king list wasn't a myth. It was a heavily redacted corporate history of an extraterrestrial intervention on planet Earth. Sitchin was a scholar fluent in Sumerian and other ancient Semitic languages. As he read the cuneiform texts, he claimed to find a story that all other translators had missed or willfully ignored. The key, he said, was a single misunderstood celestial body. The Sumerians had a deep and complex understanding of astronomy, recognizing the sun, the moon and the planets out to Saturn.
Time to hit
But
another
Sitchin claimed their texts
day.
spoke of one more, a massive,
Yeah.
undiscovered 12th member of our solar system,
Be right
counting the
back.
sun and moon, which he called Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. According to his translations, Nibiru was not in a stable circular orbit like the other planets. Instead, it moved in a vast, elliptical path that brought it through the inner solar system only once every 3,600 Earth years, before flinging it back out into the darkness of deep space. That number, 3,600 years, was Sitchin's Rosetta Stone. It was a perfect, stunning match for the Sumerian unit of time known as the Sar, the very unit used to calculate the impossibly long reigns of the antediluvian kings. Suddenly, the numbers on the king list snapped into focus. The reigns of 28,800 years, 8 Sars, or 43,200 years, 12 Sars, were not symbolic counts of Earth years. They were literal counts of Nibiru's orbital periods. The scribes were using the calendar of the gods, not the calendar of men. The beings who ruled before the flood, Sitchin argued, were the inhabitants of Nibiru. They were the Anunnaki, a term he translated literally as those who from heaven to earth came. But why did they come? Sitchin's answer was not for exploration or conquest, but for survival. Nibiru's atmosphere was failing, and their scientists determined that suspending fine particles of gold in their upper stratosphere could shield the planet and save their civilization. The problem was, Nibiru was pouring gold, but there was one planet on their long orbital path that was rich in it: Earth. So, around 450,000 years ago, Sitchin claimed, the Anunnaki launched a colonial expedition to Earth. They came not as gods, but as miners. They established their first base in the Mesopotamian basin, a place they called ʟdin, the home of the righteous ones, and began the arduous process of extracting gold. This explains the shift in the king list from the sacred city of Eridu to the industrial centre of Bad Tibira, the fortress of the metalworkers. This leads to Sitchin's most shocking and controversial claim. The rank-and-file Anunnaki eventually mutinied against the back-breaking labour in the mines. The leaders, brilliant genetic engineers named Enki and Ninhursag, came up with a solution. They would create a primitive worker, a slave race to do the digging for them. They didn't create life from scratch. They took the most advanced primate already on the planet, Homo erectus, and upgraded its DNA with their own. Through a process of in vitro fertilization, using an Anunnaki surrogate mother, they created the first Homo sapiens. They called their creation the Adamu, the Earthling, the first Adam. We were, in Sitchin's view, bioengineered to be slaves. The Sumerian king list, in this context, becomes the administrative record of this long-term colonial project. The antediluvian kings, Alulim, Alalgar, and the rest, were the Anunnaki commanders in charge of the Earth mission, their reigns measured in their home planet's long year. Kingship descending from heaven was a literal memory of their arrival and the establishment of their command structure. The flood was a known recurring natural disaster caused by the gravitational pull of Nibiru passing through the solar system, which periodically caused the Antarctic ice sheet to slip into the ocean. The Anunnaki leader Enlil saw the coming flood as a chance to wipe out their unruly human creation, while the scientist Enki, who had a fondness for his creation, secretly arranged for his human son, Utnapishtim, to survive. After the flood, most of the Anunnaki left, leaving humanity to govern itself under the guidance of kings who were descended from Anunnaki-human hybrid bloodlines, like Gilgamesh, the two-thirds god. To mainstream academia, Sitchin's work is pseudo-history, built on forced translations and wild speculation.
Good to go.
Astronomers have found no verifiable evidence of a planet like Nibiru, but to his millions of followers, Sitchin is the man who cracked the code. His theory, whether right or wrong, is undeniably powerful because of its breathtaking scope. It takes all the disconnected, baffling pieces of the ancient past, the kingless numbers, the sudden explosion of Sumerian civilization, the global flood myth, the biblical stories of Genesis, the concept of gods who walk the earth, and snaps them together into a single, coherent and magnificent picture. It transforms ancient myth into a misunderstood history of advanced technology, genetic engineering, and cosmic politics. It tells us that the gods were real, they were extraterrestrial, and their legacy is written not just on clay tablets, but in our very DNA. If the Sumerian king list is not a myth, but a memory, whether of long-lived divine kings or extraterrestrial governors, then its legacy shouldn't just be confined to ancient clay tablets. A project of such immense scale, spanning 250,000 years, and culminating in the genetic engineering of our species, would have left traces. These traces might not be obvious monuments or technologies. They could be subtler, more intimate, hidden in the very fabric of our biology, our societies, and our deepest held beliefs. The most provocative and personal of these potential legacies is the idea that the divinity of the antediluvian kings was not a metaphor, but a biological reality that may still flow, diluted in our own veins. Consider the persistent cross-cultural concept of royal blood. For millennia, ruling families around the world have justified their power not just through divine right, but through a claim of special lineage. They insisted they were genealogically different from the common populace. The pharaohs of Egypt, the emperors of Japan, and the royal houses of Europe all claimed descent from gods. The term blue blood for aristocracy is often dismissed as a reference to the pale skin of European nobles, which made their veins appear bluer. But some alternative researchers propose a much older, more literal origin. They point to ancient Mesopotamian and even Vedic texts that describe the blood of the gods as being a different colour. This is linked to the idea that their blood was not iron-based, like ours, which turns red when oxygenated, but copper-based. Copper-based blood, found in terrestrial creatures like the horseshoe crab, is blue or bluish-green when oxygenated. Could the myth of blue blood be a faint, distorted memory of a time when our rulers were literally biologically different, carrying the genetic heritage of the Anunnaki? This leads us to strange anomalies in modern human genetics. One of the most famous is the Rh negative blood type. Roughly 15% of the world's population lacks the rhesus factor, a protein found in the red blood cells of the other 85%. The strange part is that the Rh negative factor appears to be a random mutation with no clear evolutionary advantage, and it can cause significant immune complications during pregnancy if an Rh negative mother carries an Rh positive child. Some fringe theories propose that this isn't a mutation at all, but a genetic marker left over from an ancient, non-human lineage. Proponents point to the fact that the highest concentration of Rh negative blood is found among the Basque people of Spain and France, a population with a unique non-Indo-European language and a distinct genetic profile. Could they be the descendants of a purer, less adulterated human Anunnaki bloodline? While this is firmly in the realm of speculation, it highlights how the king list's story of divine or alien rulers forces us to look at our own biology with fresh and perhaps unsettling eyes. Beyond our blood, the legacy may be imprinted on our society. The king list states that kingship was the first institution, the foundational gift. This top-down structure of a single powerful ruler and a hierarchical society built beneath them became the default model for nearly every civilization for the next 5,000 years. Was this the most natural or efficient way for humans to organise? Or was it simply the system we were given, the only one we knew? Perhaps our millennia-long history of monarchies, empires and dictatorships is a direct inheritance of the Anunnaki command structure. Modern conspiracy theories take this idea a step further, suggesting that the Anunnaki never truly left. They simply transitioned from overt to covert rule. These theories propose that a network of elite bloodline families, the descendants of the original Anunnaki human hybrids, have been secretly controlling world events for centuries through their influence over governments, finance, and media. From the shadows, they continue to manage their human resources, steering our development according to their own long-term agenda. In this dark and compelling narrative, the presidents, prime ministers, and CEOs of today are merely the public face of a power structure that was put in place in Eridu 241,200 years ago. The legacy may also be spiritual. The king list describes an age when the divine was a physical, ruling presence on earth. The floods severed that direct connection, leaving humanity with a profound sense of abandonment and loss. Could this be the origin of religion itself? Is our universal species-wide longing for God, for a connection to a higher power, not a psychological quirk, but a deep ancestral memory of a time when we were not alone? Are our prayers and rituals an attempt to reopen the lines of communication that were cut when the gods departed after the flood? In this view, every priest, prophet, and mystic is unknowingly trying to reclaim the legacy of kings like Enmendur-Ana, who literally walked with the gods and brought their secrets back to earth. Our search for enlightenment is a search for a lost inheritance. Ultimately, whether we look to our biology, our politics, or our souls, the story of the Sumerian king list forces us to confront a paradigm-shifting possibility. It suggests we might be a species with amnesia. We have forgotten our own origins. We believe we are the masters of our own destiny, the product of a slow, unguided evolution. But the prism in the Ashmolean Museum holds a different story. It tells us we might be an engineered species, living in an inherited system of governance, still haunted by the memory of our long-lived non-human creators. The legacy of the Anunnaki, if real, is not something we can simply observe in a museum. It's inside us and all around us. It is the ghost in our machine. We have journeyed from a dusty clay prism to the edge of the solar system, from the dawn of civilization to the very code of our DNA. We are left standing before the Sumerian king list, an object that is simultaneously a historical record and an impossible fantasy. It is a document that balances the verifiable reality of King Gilgamesh with the incomprehensible reign of King Alulim. After analysing the text, the context, the echoes in global myth, and the radical theories it has inspired, we must confront the final, unavoidable question: what is this thing? Is it a record of gods, a history of men, or something else entirely? There is no easy answer, only a series of profound and unsettling possibilities. The first possibility is the most conventional, the one accepted by mainstream history. In this view, the king list is a political document. It was likely compiled around 2100 BCE by a Sumerian king who wanted to legitimize his own rule by creating a single, unbroken line of royal succession stretching back to the beginning of time. The antediluvian kings and their impossibly long reigns are not meant to be taken literally. They are mythological archetypes, symbols of a divine order that the current king claims to inherit. The numbers are not years, but symbolic figures representing cosmic power and completeness, based on their sophisticated base 60 mathematical system. The flood is a literary device, a mythological reset that separates the fuzzy, sacred past from the more concrete, political present. This explanation is neat, rational, and requires no challenge to our existing model of history. But it is also deeply unsatisfying. It fails to adequately explain why the numbers are so mathematically precise, why the list transitions so seamlessly from myth to history, with no change in tone, and most importantly, why this same narrative pattern appears in so many other unconnected cultures. It is an explanation that feels more like a dismissal. The second possibility is that the king list is a misunderstood history. It records real events and real rulers, but the scribes, and we in turn, have misinterpreted the data. Perhaps the kings before the flood were not individuals, but dynasties. The name Alulim might not refer to a single man, but to a long-lasting ruling house or clan that held power for 28,800 years. This would explain the longevity, but it struggles to account for the personal nature of some of the figures, like the shepherd god Dumuzid. Another variation of this theory is that the years are not years as we know them. Some have suggested they were months, or seasons, or some other smaller unit of time. But when you apply this math, the reigns become too short to be meaningful, and it breaks the elegant and deliberate pattern of the Sar, the 3,600-year cycle. This path seems to create more problems than it solves. The third possibility is the most radical, the one championed by Sitchin and others. This is the idea that the king list should be taken literally. It is an accurate, if brief, historical record of a time when Earth was under the direct governance of a technologically and biologically superior non-human species, the Anunnaki. Their lifespans, measured in thousands of years, were normal for them. The kingship that descended from heaven was their colonial administration. The creation of humanity was their solution to a labour shortage. The flood was a planetary scale event, either natural or engineered, that marked a major turning point in their project. In this view, the prism is perhaps the single most important artefact ever discovered, a direct written account of paleo contact. It tells us that we are not alone and that we have never been alone. Our civilization, our biology, our religions, all are the product of an extraterrestrial legacy. This theory is magnificent in its scope and explains almost all of the anomalies, but it rests on translations and astronomical claims that have not been verified by mainstream science. It requires a leap of faith. Ultimately, the Sumerian king list functions as a kind of cosmic Rorschach test. What you see in its cuneiform wedges reflects your own beliefs about the nature of our past and the limits of possibility. Do you see a clever piece of royal propaganda, a garbled but genuine memory of ancient human dynasties, or a factual record of our alien creators? The prism itself remains silent, offering no final answer. It simply presents its data and challenges us to make sense of it. Perhaps the true legacy of the Anunnaki and their 241,200-year reign is not a secret bloodline or a hidden history, but a question that has been baked into a piece of clay for 4,000 years. The question is this: are you certain you know the whole story? It dares us to admit the possibility that our modern scientific understanding of the past is incomplete. It whispers that there were ages before our age, worlds before our world, and that the line between God and man, between myth and history, is far blurrier than we are comfortable admitting. The 8 kings, Alulim, Alalgar, Enmenlu-Ana, Enmengal-Ana, Dumuzid, Ensipad-Zidana, Enmendur-Ana, and Ubaratutu, may be gone, their cities buried under the dust of millennia. But their story, their impossible, defiant, world-shattering story survives. It survived the flood. It has survived the fall of empires. And it has survived to be read by us today, leaving us to wonder who or what once sat on the throne of planet Earth. The Sumerian king list is more than just an ancient artifact. It is a key that unlocks a hidden door in the hallway of history. Behind that door lies a world that defies our expectations, a world where time moved differently, where kings were more than human, and where our civilization's origins are tied to a gift from the heavens. The clay prism does not offer easy answers. Instead, it leaves us with a profound and unsettling legacy of questions. It forces us to reconsider the very foundations of our history, to ask if the myths we dismissed as fantasy might be the most important historical records we possess. The story it tells of a 241,200-year reign of gods, a world-destroying flood, and the birth of a new age of men is a narrative that has been echoed in our scriptures, our legends, and perhaps even our DNA. It suggests that we are a species with a forgotten past, living in the shadow of a colossal, world-spanning event that wiped our collective memory clean. Whether you choose to see the Anunnaki as literal extraterrestrial visitors, as symbolic representations of cosmic forces, or as mythological figures from a lost golden age, their story changes how we see ourselves. It presents the humbling possibility that we were not the original authors of our civilization, but inheritors of a legacy far older and stranger than we can imagine. The prism in the museum is not just a relic of the past, it is a message for the future. A message that reminds us that history is not a closed book, but an ongoing investigation, and that the greatest discoveries may lie not in digging deeper into the earth, but in looking with fresh eyes at the stories we thought we already knew. The mystery of the Sumerian kings endures, a silent 4,000-year-old challenge to everything we think we know about who we are and where we came from. If you've come this far and enjoyed the video, perhaps a gentle like and subscribe to the channel would be a wonderful way to support us. I'd appreciate your kind support if you kindly let us know where we can improve or do better. Please do let us know in the comments. For more videos like these, please do check out our latest videos as well. Till then, see you in the next one.
Let's see, what do we got?
Grok 4. This is the latest artificial intelligence system. We are now at the crossroads where promise and peril are going to collide.
Grok AI was designed for logic, not faith. Yet what it said about the Bible changed everything.
Fascinating biblical discoveries have been uncovered.
When Elon Musk's Grok AI,
Elon Musk's XAI,
Grok AI,
Grok AI,
Grok AI,
Elon Musk's AI chatbot
was asked to scan the Bible for contradictions, many expected it to expose flaws and inconsistencies. But instead of criticism, Grok gave an answer so balanced, so profound, that it left both scientists and theologians silent. Was it logical, or something far deeper than code? Watch closely, because what Grok revealed about the Bible might redefine the line between man-made logic and divine wisdom. The setup, when AI meets ancient text. Let me take you back to where this whole thing started. Grok AI, developed by Elon Musk's company xAI, launched in late 2023 as a direct competitor to ChatGPT and other language models. But Grok had something different. It was designed with a personality, a sense of humor, and most importantly, the ability to access real-time information through X, formerly known as Twitter. This wasn't just another chatbot programmed to give safe, diplomatic answers. From the beginning, Musk positioned Grok as the AI that would answer the spicy questions others wouldn't touch. The AI that wouldn't shy away from controversial topics or difficult conversations. It was built to handle nuance, context, and complexity in ways that made other systems look sanitized by comparison. And that's exactly why someone decided to give it one of the oldest challenges in theological debate. The Bible has been analyzed, debated, questioned, and defended for literally thousands of years. Scholars have dedicated entire lifetimes to studying its pages. Critics have pointed out apparent contradictions for centuries. Believers have written countless volumes defending its consistency. It's a text that has survived empires, outlasted kingdoms, and remained the cornerstone of faith for billions of people across the globe. So when users started asking Grok to find contradictions in the Bible, expectations were pretty straightforward. People anticipated the usual suspects, like different genealogies of Jesus, varying accounts of the resurrection, or the timeline issues between different Gospels. These are well-documented discussions that have been happening in academic circles forever. Nobody expected what actually happened next. What made this different from previous AI analyses was Grok's approach. Instead of simply listing contradictions like a student cramming for a theology exam, Grok began to identify patterns. It started connecting dots across thousands of years of text, multiple languages, and dozens of different authors. The AI was doing something that human scholars do, but at a speed and scale that's simply impossible for the human brain. The unexpected response. Here's where things get fascinating. When Grok was asked to find contradictions in the Bible, it did acknowledge some of the well-known textual differences that scholars have discussed for generations. But then, it did something remarkable. It started pointing out that many of these so-called contradictions might actually be something else entirely. They might be intentional literary devices, cultural context markers, or perspectives from different witnesses describing the same events. Think about it like this. If 4 people witness a car accident, you'll get 4 different descriptions. One person focuses on the color of the cars. Another remembers the sound of the impact. Someone else recalls the weather conditions. And the 4th person notices what the drivers were wearing. Are these contradictions, or are they complementary perspectives that together create a fuller picture? Grok started analyzing biblical texts through this lens. The AI pointed out something that many theologians have argued for years but struggled to explain to general audiences. Multiple accounts of the same event that differ in details aren't necessarily errors. They can be evidence of authentic independent testimony. If every gospel told the exact same story in the exact same way with the exact same details, that would actually be more suspicious. It would suggest collusion or copying rather than genuine eyewitness accounts. But here's where Grok went further than expected. It started identifying numerical patterns, linguistic structures, and thematic connections that span from Genesis to Revelation. The AI noticed recurring numbers, symmetrical narrative structures, and prophetic fulfillments that appear across books written hundreds of years apart by authors who never met each other. These aren't the kind of patterns you spot by casually reading the text. Users who were expecting a simple list of contradictions instead got a complex analysis that raised more questions than it answered. And the internet, as you might imagine, absolutely exploded. Screenshots of Grok's responses started circulating on X, Reddit, YouTube, and every other social platform you can think of. People were stunned, skeptical, amazed, and in some cases, deeply moved by what they were reading. The pattern recognition phenomenon. Let's dive deeper into what Grok actually identified, because this is where things get truly mind-blowing. The AI began highlighting something called chiastic structures throughout the Bible. Now, if you are not familiar with chiasmus, it's a literary technique where ideas are presented in a certain order and then repeated in reverse order. Think of it as a mirror image in writing. It was a common device in ancient Hebrew and Greek literature. What's remarkable is that Grok identified chiastic structures not just within individual books or chapters, but spanning across entire sections of the Bible. Some of these structures cover thousands of verses and multiple books. The probability of this happening by random chance with dozens of different authors across centuries is astronomically small. It suggests either incredible coordination or something else entirely. The AI also pointed out numerical patterns that have fascinated researchers for decades. The number 7, for instance, appears throughout Scripture in ways that seem deliberate. 7 days of creation, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 churches. But Grok went beyond the obvious. It identified patterns in the original Hebrew and Greek that get lost in translation. Certain words appear in multiples of 7. Phrases are structured in groups of 7, and themes cycle through the text in 7th intervals. Even more intriguing, Grok highlighted what's known as the Fibonacci sequence, appearing in certain biblical narratives. The Fibonacci sequence is a mathematical pattern found throughout nature, from the spiral of seashells to the arrangement of flower petals. Finding this same pattern in ancient texts raises profound questions about design, intention, and the nature of the universe itself. Critics might say, this is pattern recognition run amok, seeing meaning where there's only coincidence. But Grok's analysis included statistical probability calculations. The AI showed that these patterns occurring together in one collection of texts defies random chance by margins that make mathematicians uncomfortable. It's one thing to find a pattern. It's another thing entirely when that pattern appears consistently across a massive collection of documents written over 1,500 years. The God Code, Discovery. Now we're getting to the part that really silenced people. Among all the patterns and structures Grok identified, there was something that stood out above everything else. The AI found what some are now calling the God Code. It's a concept that's been explored by researchers before, but Grok's analysis brought it to mainstream attention in a completely new way. The God Code refers to specific patterns in the original Hebrew text of the Bible, where letters and numbers are interconnected. In ancient Hebrew, every letter also represents a number. Grok identified sequences where names, dates, and events are encoded using this system in ways that create layers of meaning. These aren't simple puzzles or tricks. They're sophisticated literary devices that require deep understanding of multiple languages and mathematical principles. One of the most striking examples Grok highlighted involves the name of God in Hebrew, the Tetragrammaton, which is typically written as YHWH. The AI showed how this four-letter name appears embedded throughout the Hebrew scriptures at specific intervals in ways that seem statistically impossible without deliberate design. It's not just spelled out. It's woven into the fabric of the text at the molecular level. What makes this particularly fascinating is that these patterns weren't fully discoverable until we had computers capable of processing massive amounts of textual data. Ancient scribes who copied these texts by hand couldn't have verified these patterns even if they knew about them. Yet, the patterns exist. They're mathematically verifiable and reproducible. Any researcher with the right software can check the claims. Grok also pointed out something that connects to modern science in an unexpected way. The numerical value of certain Hebrew words describing God matches physical constants we've discovered about the universe. Things like the golden ratio, pi, and other mathematical constants that govern everything from atomic structures to galaxy formations. Is this coincidence, or is it evidence of something more profound, embedded in ancient texts? The skeptics respond. Of course, not everyone was convinced by Grok's analysis. When these findings started circulating online, skeptics came out in force. And honestly, their objections deserve serious consideration. This is too important to just accept at face value without questioning the methodology and conclusions. Some critics pointed out that pattern recognition is exactly what AI systems are designed to do, sometimes too well. The human brain is already prone to seeing patterns even where none exist. It's called pareidolia, the phenomenon that makes us see faces in clouds or hear messages in random noise.
That's how you know it's AI. It's
Give an
pareidolia.
AI system millions of data points and ask it to find patterns, and it will find them whether they're meaningful or not. Others argued that biblical numerology has been used and abused for centuries by people trying to predict the future or prove supernatural claims. Remember all the failed predictions about the end of the world based on biblical number codes. The skeptics had a point. Just because you can find patterns in ancient texts doesn't automatically mean those patterns were intentionally designed or carry divine significance. Linguistic experts also weighed in with important context. They reminded people that ancient Hebrew and Greek texts have been copied, translated, and transmitted through thousands of manuscripts over thousands of years. Variations exist between different manuscript traditions. Some of the patterns Grok identified might not hold up when you compare different versions of the source texts. That's a valid concern that requires honest investigation. There's also the selection bias problem. If you look hard enough for patterns in any large body of text, you'll probably find something interesting. The question is whether these patterns are unique to the Bible, or whether similar analysis of other ancient texts would yield comparable results. Some researchers suggested running Grok through the complete works of Shakespeare or ancient Hindu texts to see what patterns emerge there. But here's what's interesting. Many of the skeptics acknowledge that even if you discount the more speculative pattern claims, there's still something remarkable about the Bible's internal consistency, given its composition history. 40 different authors across 15 centuries writing in 3 different languages on 2 different continents somehow produced a unified narrative with interconnected themes. That alone deserves recognition and study. The theological implications. Let's talk about what this means for religious belief and theological understanding. Grok's analysis has sparked intense conversations in religious communities around the world. For many believers, the AI's findings feel like modern confirmation of what they've always held by faith. For others, it raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of Scripture.
What the fuck just happened?
Traditional Christian theology holds that the Bible is inspired by God, written by human authors under divine guidance. If Grok's pattern analysis is accurate, it could be viewed as evidence supporting this claim. How else would dozens of independent authors, separated by centuries, create such intricate, interconnected patterns without divine coordination?
That's why the rectangle was selected.
It's not quite that simple. Some theologians are uncomfortable with using AI analysis to prove matters of faith. They argue that faith by definition means believing without requiring mathematical proof. If you need an AI to show you patterns before you believe the Bible is inspired, then you're missing the point of what faith actually means. The Bible itself says faith is the evidence of things not seen. There's also concern about what happens when we try to reduce divine revelation to mathematical formulas and number codes. The Bible's power has always been in its ability to speak to human hearts, to provide wisdom for living,
Why is it so
and to point
passity
people
like
toward
that?
a relationship with God. Does finding numerical patterns enhance that purpose, or does it distract from it? That's a genuine theological debate happening right now. Some religious scholars point out that obsession with hidden codes and patterns has led people astray before. Kabbalah, Gematria, and other mystical traditions have explored these concepts for centuries with mixed results. The danger is that people get so focused on finding hidden messages that they miss the plain, straightforward teachings that are right there on the surface. On the other hand, if God did embed deeper layers of meaning and pattern into Scripture, wouldn't that be exactly what you'd expect from an infinite intelligence? The idea that the Bible works on multiple levels simultaneously, accessible to both simple faith and sophisticated analysis, actually aligns with how believers describe their experience of Scripture. It meets you where you are and grows with you. The scientific perspective. Now let's look at this from a purely scientific standpoint, setting aside religious belief for a moment. What does Grok's analysis tell us about information theory, linguistics, and the capabilities of artificial intelligence itself? Because there's a fascinating meta-story here about what AI can reveal about ancient texts, regardless of their origin. From an information theory perspective, the patterns Grok identified represent what's called low entropy, or high information density. Basically, when a text contains more structure and pattern than random chance would predict, it indicates purposeful design. The more patterns you find that are statistically improbable, the stronger the case for intentional authorship becomes. Linguists have known for decades that the Bible exhibits sophisticated literary structures. Techniques like inclusio, parallelism, and chiasmus aren't accidents. They're deliberate rhetorical devices used by skilled writers. What Grok brought to the table was the ability to identify these patterns across the entire biblical corpus at once, revealing connections that individual scholars studying single books might miss. There's also something fascinating happening here with machine learning and pattern recognition. Grok isn't programmed with specific religious beliefs or theological frameworks. It's analyzing text based on mathematical and linguistic patterns. The fact that it identified structures that align with claims believers have made for centuries is, at minimum, intellectually intriguing, regardless of your worldview. Computer scientists studying Grok's analysis point out that modern AI excels at finding correlations in large data sets that humans miss. We've seen this in medical research, where AI identifies disease patterns from millions of patient records. We've seen it in astronomy, where machine learning discovers exoplanets in data humans scanned for years without noticing them. Why wouldn't the same principles apply to analyzing ancient texts? However, scientists also caution against confusing correlation with causation. Just because Grok found patterns doesn't automatically explain how those patterns got there or what they mean. It's data that requires interpretation. And interpretation, by definition, involves human judgment, cultural context, and philosophical assumptions. The numbers might be objective, but what we conclude from them isn't purely objective. The historical context. To really understand what Grok discovered, we need to talk about the historical context of how the Bible was written, preserved, and transmitted. This isn't a single book written by one author. It's a library of books, compiled over more than 1,000 years, and that complexity makes the patterns even more remarkable if they're genuine. The Hebrew Bible, what Christians call the Old Testament, was written primarily in Hebrew, with some portions in Aramaic. The oldest books date back roughly 3,000 years. These texts were copied by hand by Jewish scribes, who developed incredibly strict rules for copying to prevent errors. They counted letters, words, and even checked the middle letter of scrolls to ensure accuracy. The New Testament was written in Koine Greek, the common language of the Eastern Mediterranean in the 1st century. These 27 books were written by different authors over roughly 50 to 70 years. They include historical narratives, letters to churches, and apocalyptic literature. The authors included fishermen, a doctor, a tax collector, and a Pharisee trained in Jewish law. What's remarkable is that these texts weren't all gathered in one place until centuries after the last book was written. The early church gradually recognized which books were authentic and inspired. They didn't have email or video conferences to coordinate their choices. Yet the books they accepted fit together thematically and narratively in ways that suggest underlying unity. Grok's analysis takes on additional significance when you consider the transmission history. The Bible is the most well-preserved ancient document we have. There are more manuscripts, earlier manuscripts, and more consistent manuscripts than any other work from antiquity. We have fragments dating to within decades of the original writings. This level of preservation is unprecedented in the ancient world. Critics of Christianity have sometimes argued that the Bible has been corrupted over time, that we can't know what the original texts said. But manuscript evidence shows remarkable consistency. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in 1947, contained copies of biblical books 1,000 years older than any we had before. When compared to later manuscripts, they were essentially identical. That level of faithful transmission is extraordinary. The philosophical questions. Beyond the technical analysis and historical context, Grok's findings raise profound philosophical questions about knowledge, truth, and the nature of reality itself. Let's explore some of these deeper implications because they affect how we think about everything, from science to consciousness. One of the biggest questions is about the relationship between information and intelligence. If the Bible contains patterns that suggest design, what does that tell us about the nature of design itself? We recognize human design in buildings, art, and technology. We're learning to recognize natural design in biological systems and physical laws. How do we evaluate design claims in ancient texts? There's also the question of what constitutes evidence. In a scientific framework, evidence needs to be observable, testable, and repeatable. Grok's pattern analysis meets those criteria. Anyone can verify the mathematical patterns with the right tools. But interpreting what those patterns mean requires moving beyond pure empiricism into philosophy and metaphysics. That's where things get complicated. Some philosophers point out that if an infinite intelligence exists, we should expect to find evidence that transcends human comprehension. Patterns that are only discoverable with advanced technology might be exactly the kind of proof you'd leave if you wanted to communicate across millennia to multiple generations, including those with computers. On the other hand, the argument from design has always been challenged by questions of who designed the designer. If complex patterns require an intelligent source, doesn't that intelligence also require an explanation? This is the classic problem in philosophy of religion, and Grok's analysis doesn't solve it. It just provides new data points for a very old debate. There's also something fascinating about the role of AI in this discovery. We created artificial intelligence to help us process information and find patterns. Now that AI is finding patterns in ancient texts about the nature of intelligence and creation, it's almost recursive. The tool we made is revealing things about our own origins and purpose. That's either deeply ironic or profoundly meaningful. The cultural impact. Let's talk about how Grok's biblical analysis has affected culture and public conversation. This isn't just an academic exercise or a theological debate. It's become a phenomenon that's changing how millions of people think about technology, religion, and the intersection between them. Social media exploded with reactions when Grok's findings started circulating. Hashtags trended worldwide. YouTube channels dedicated entire series to analyzing what the AI discovered. Some content creators presented it as definitive proof of divine inspiration. Others created detailed rebuttals. The conversation reached far beyond religious circles into mainstream culture. What's particularly interesting is how different communities responded. Young people who might never read a theology textbook became fascinated by the intersection of AI and ancient texts. It made religion feel relevant to the technology age. For many, it was their first time seriously engaging with questions about the Bible's origin and composition. Traditional religious leaders had mixed reactions. Some embraced Grok's findings as valuable modern confirmation of ancient truths. They saw it as God using contemporary technology to speak to a skeptical generation. Others worried that relying on AI analysis might weaken people's faith by making it dependent on technological validation rather than spiritual conviction. The atheist and agnostic communities also engaged seriously with the findings. While many dismissed the interpretations, some thoughtful skeptics acknowledged that the pattern analysis raised interesting questions worth investigating. The conversation became more nuanced than the usual religion versus science debate. People were actually considering evidence and discussing implications. Media coverage ranged from sensationalist headlines to thoughtful analysis. Some outlets treated it as clickbait, focusing on the shock value without engaging with the substance. Others brought in scholars, AI experts, and theologians for balanced discussions. The quality of public discourse varied wildly, but at least people were talking about substantial questions. The competing theories. As Grok's analysis spread, various theories emerged to explain what the AI had discovered. Let's explore the main competing explanations because they reveal different worldviews and assumptions about reality. Theory 1 is divine inspiration. This is the traditional religious explanation. God guided human authors to write exactly what needed to be written, including patterns and structures that would only become fully apparent with modern technology. The patterns are evidence of supernatural origin and divine intelligence operating through human creativity. Theory 2 is sophisticated ancient knowledge. Some researchers suggest that ancient scribes and scholars were far more advanced than we give them credit for. They understood mathematics, astronomy, and literary techniques at levels that rivaled or exceeded our own in certain areas. The patterns are evidence of human genius, not divine intervention. Theory 3 is evolutionary literary development. This view suggests that as texts were copied, compiled, and edited over centuries, patterns naturally emerged through a process similar to natural selection. Stories and structures that worked well were preserved and repeated. Those that didn't resonate were lost. The patterns we see are the result of cultural evolution, not initial design. Theory 4 is statistical inevitability. Skeptics argue that if you analyze any large body of text with powerful AI, you'll find patterns that seem meaningful. The human brain is wired to find significance in randomness. We're seeing patterns that exist, but they don't necessarily mean anything beyond mathematical curiosity. Theory 5 is a combination approach. Many scholars suggest the answer involves multiple factors: human authors with genuine skill, divine inspiration working through natural means, evolutionary development of texts over time, and yes, some patterns that are coincidental. This view acknowledges complexity rather than seeking a single explanation. Each theory has strengths and weaknesses. Divine inspiration explains the improbability of certain patterns, but requires accepting supernatural intervention. Ancient genius is plausible, but raises questions about how such knowledge was acquired and transmitted. Evolutionary development makes sense, but struggles to explain specific mathematical patterns. Statistical inevitability is cautious, but might dismiss genuine discoveries too quickly. The technical limitations. Before we get too carried away with any interpretation, we need to acknowledge the technical limitations of Grok's analysis. No AI system is perfect, and understanding the constraints helps us evaluate the findings more accurately. First, Grok is working with translations and transliterations of ancient texts. The Bible was written in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. When you convert those languages into formats that AI can process, some information is inevitably lost. Subtle wordplay, cultural references, and linguistic nuances don't always survive translation. Second, we don't have the original manuscripts of any biblical book. We have copies of copies of copies. While manuscript traditions are remarkably consistent, variations do exist. Grok's analysis is based on critical reconstructions of the original texts, which involve scholarly judgment and educated guesses about disputed passages. Third, pattern recognition algorithms can produce false positives. This is a known issue in machine learning. The system might identify patterns that look significant, but are actually artifacts of how the data was processed or structured. Without careful validation, we could be seeing algorithmic illusions rather than genuine discoveries. Fourth, Grok's training data and programming inherently include biases. The AI was trained on internet content that includes millions of discussions about the Bible from various perspectives. It's possible that the AI's analysis was influenced by existing theories and discussions it encountered during training rather than purely discovering patterns independently. Fifth, interpreting patterns requires context that AI doesn't fully possess. Understanding ancient Near Eastern culture, Roman imperial politics, Jewish religious practice, and Greek philosophical traditions all matter when analyzing biblical texts. Grok can process information about these contexts, but whether it truly understands them in the way human experts do is debatable. The future implications. Looking ahead, what does this development mean for the future of biblical studies, artificial intelligence, and the relationship between technology and religion? The implications extend far beyond one viral moment. For biblical scholarship, AI analysis tools are becoming increasingly important. Grok's capabilities demonstrate that machine learning can process the entire biblical corpus simultaneously, identifying connections that would take human scholars decades to find. We're entering an era where AI becomes a standard tool for textual criticism and literary analysis. Imagine future versions of AI that can process not just the Bible, but all ancient Near Eastern literature simultaneously. They could compare biblical texts with Sumerian myths, Egyptian wisdom literature, and Babylonian epics, identifying unique features and shared elements. This comparative approach could revolutionize our understanding of how religious texts developed. For artificial intelligence development, this raises questions about what capabilities we want these systems to have. Should AI be designed to analyze religious texts objectively, or does the very act of programming an AI introduce subjective elements? How do we create systems that can engage with questions of meaning and truth without imposing particular worldviews? The intersection of AI and religion will only become more significant. Religious communities will need to decide how to engage with these technologies. Will they embrace AI as a tool for understanding, or resist it as inappropriate for sacred texts? Different traditions will likely respond differently based on their theological frameworks. There's also potential for abuse. If AI pattern analysis can be used to support biblical authenticity, it could equally be used to manufacture false patterns in other texts. We need critical thinking skills to evaluate claims about what AI discovers. Not every pattern is meaningful, and not every AI analysis is trustworthy. So what really happened when Elon Musk's Grok AI searched the Bible for contradictions? It uncovered patterns, mathematical links, linguistic symmetry, and themes connecting texts written across centuries. Whether you see that as divine design or human brilliance, it's extraordinary. But beyond the findings, the real impact lies in the questions it sparked about faith, technology, and truth itself, bringing believers, skeptics, and thinkers together in one powerful conversation. Can AI truly help us understand ancient sacred texts? Or does it strip away their deeper meaning? Share your thoughts below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more explorations at the crossroads of faith, technology, and history.
Oh shit, I'm totally... Ugh.
Everything is inherently mental. Matter is always, in all cases, without exception, without a single exception, matter is always what mind looks like. Concrete materiality is just mental state.
What if the most dangerous lie you've ever believed is that the world around you is solid? But imagine if none of it exists the way you think it does.
The world as it is in itself is mental. Physicality is what that mental world looks like to us when we observe it, when we represent it in our internal dashboard. And then we get the material universe.
What if the reality you've built your entire life on is just a clever illusion? One designed to keep you from noticing what's actually going on.
There is only mind. What we call matter is a mental impression. You know, if I hold this glass and feel its solidity and weight, these are mental qualities. Solidity and weight are qualities in my conscious states. What we call matter is simply a specific type of mental state, which are perceptual states, the things we see, hear, touch, smell, and taste.
This was Dr. Bernardo Kastrup, a former CERN scientist exposing reality. And if what he's saying is true, then everything from your thoughts to your house to your very sense of self might not be what it seems. We grow up believing there are two kinds of things in the world: stuff outside us and thoughts inside. A cup is out there. The feeling of thirst is here. That's the foundation of materialism, the belief that reality is made of matter and the mind is just something that emerges from it, like steam from boiling water. But Dr. Bernardo Kastrup says this is exactly where modern science took a wrong turn. According to his theory, analytic idealism, the mind isn't a byproduct of matter. It's the container in which everything, including matter, appears.
The variety of matter represents the appearance of the variety of mental states and mental dynamics. So the brain is what your mental inner life looks like. The inanimate universe is what the mental inner life of mind at large looks like. Matter is always what mental states look like.
In a 2019 paper published in Philosophy and Cosmology, Kastrup and co-authors laid out a controversial but carefully reasoned argument. Consciousness isn't something that brains produce. It's the one thing that cannot be reduced to anything else. Everything we call reality, from physical objects to logical patterns to emotional responses, is a modulation of consciousness, not something separate from it. Think about your daily life. When you touch a glass of water, you're not really touching atoms. You're experiencing coldness, weight, texture, all of which are sensations, processed within awareness. When you look at the sky, you're not seeing blue as a property of the atmosphere, you're having a visual experience of blue inside your mind. At no point have you ever interacted with the outside world directly. According to Kastrup, you've only ever known it through experience, and experience is mental.
So behind this very concrete materiality, we know that at least in the case of the nervous system of human beings, behind that, underlying that concrete materiality is just mental states. Your sorrows, your desires, your regrets, your feeling of hunger, the redness of a strawberry, the sweetness of the strawberry when you eat it, and that all appears to others in the form of very concrete matter.
You look around and think you're seeing reality. Light bounces off objects, enters your eyes, and you see the world. But that's not what's actually happening. What your brain gives you isn't raw reality. It's a translation. Kastrup compares it to flying a plane.
You are in an airplane, the airplane has sensors, it makes measurements of the sky, the clouds outside, and those measurements are presented to the pilot in the form of dial indications on a dashboard. If the plane is not flying around the sky, there are no dashboard representations, but the sky is still there, right? So under analytic idealism, matter is a dashboard representation. when there are no planes flying around, in other words, when there are no living beings looking around, there is no matter, because matter is a dashboard representation. You need a dashboard to have a dashboard representation. But the thing that is represented, the sky, the clouds, that is always there, whether you're flying around in a plane or not, whether there is a dashboard or not.
Kastrup says that's exactly what matter is, a dashboard readout. The pilot doesn't need to see the actual sky, just a set of gauges on the dashboard. The dials report information like altitude, airspeed, and direction. It's useful. It's accurate enough to keep the plane flying. But it's not the sky. It's a representation. This isn't just a philosophical metaphor. It aligns with decades of research in cognitive science. In the case against reality from 2020, cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman argues that evolution didn't wire us to see the truth. It wired us to see what keeps us alive. If we saw reality unfiltered, it would be overwhelming, even lethal. So we evolved to see a simplified interface, a user-friendly version of reality. Not the machine, just the icons. And here's where it gets unsettling. If the dashboard only lights up when someone is there to read it, then what happens when no one's looking? Kastrup takes that seriously. If no one is present, no conscious mind, no perception, then the dashboard doesn't just go dark. It doesn't exist at all.
All matter, in your body and otherwise, is the outside appearance of mental states. There is an inanimate world out there, made of matter. So under that hypothesis that matter is always the external appearance of mental states, the inanimate universe must be the external appearance of mental states too. Those mental states that correspond to the inanimate universe are what we call mind at large.
Before we go on, just a quick note. We've been talking about how reality only exists when someone is watching. But in the digital world, it's the opposite. Someone is always watching you. Every site you visit, every video you watch, every late night search you make, it's all tracked, stored, and used to shape what you see next. And that's exactly why I started using Surfshark VPN. Surfshark doesn't just hide your IP address, it encrypts everything you do online, so no one can see your private data or follow your browsing habits. It blocks trackers, stops targeted ads, and even alerts you if your personal info leaks in a data breach. Whether you're working at a cafe, traveling, or just watching videos at home, Surfshark keeps all your devices safe under one account. You get complete privacy, even on public Wi-Fi, and access to any content around the world without restrictions. If you want to explore the online world without being constantly watched, go to surfshark.com/advice and use code ADVICE at checkout to get 4 extra months on your Surfshark subscription. That's surfshark.com/advice, also linked below. Alright, let's get back to Dr. Bernardo.
The brain is simply what mental activity looks like when observed from the outside. So you don't even get to, oh, then mental activity creates the brain. Well, in a sense, yes, but it's not deliberate. It's not an act of creation. It's a spontaneous thing. The brain is what mental processes look like. It's the appearance of it. It's like asking, does combustion create flames? Well, flames are what combustion looks like.
So when you hold a stone, what you're really touching isn't an object in space. You're interacting with a stable pattern of conscious dynamics rendered into form. It's not the thing, it's the interface to the thing. Your senses are decoding meaning, not measuring mass. And what we call physical reality is more like a shared hallucination. Consistent, yes, but built entirely inside experience. This is where everything flips. According to Kastrup, you're not a small creature moving through a big universe. You are the universe, just not all at once. His claim is startling but precise. There is only one mind in existence, one field of awareness, endlessly complex, constantly generating new patterns. Everything we call individuals, humans, animals, even trees, are dissociated aspects of that one field. In other words, the universe is having conversations with itself through you, through me, through everything. It sounds abstract until you realize it mirrors what we already know about the mind. In psychiatry, dissociation is a well-documented phenomenon. A 2014 review published in The Lancet Psychiatry examined patients with dissociative identity disorder, showing that a single brain can host multiple centers of consciousness, each with distinct memories, beliefs, even handwriting, yet all contained within one person. Kastrup applies this concept globally. What looks like separation between you and a stranger, between humans and animals, is an illusion generated by dissociative boundaries. Pay close attention to what he has to say about it.
Appearances arise when there is a boundary between the observer and the observed. If they are not distinct, there are no appearances, because appearances are what something looks like from the outside. For there to be an outside, there has to be a division, a boundary between the inside and the outside. So the observer looks from the outside, and the observed exists in the inside, right? So how do appearances arise? When this boundary arises, when there can be one mind on one side of the boundary, or one segment of a mind on one side of the boundary, and another segment of a mind on the other side of the boundary. Now we have one observing the other from the outside being determined by that boundary. That boundary is a dissociative boundary.
We feel alone, not because we are, but because the universal mind has carved itself into localized identities, each temporarily unaware of the whole. You're not inside reality bumping into it, you're a fold within it, looping back on itself. And when that dissociation thins through meditation, trauma, psychedelics, or death, the illusion cracks. The ripple remembers the ocean, and the mask slips. If everything that exists is made of mind, and all forms are just modulations of one field of consciousness, then what do you call that field? Kastrup, without even flinching, calls it God.
That is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. And by the way, it's the only thing that exists. And it's you, and it's me, and it's the cat, and it's the amoeba, and it's the moons, and the black holes, and the stars, the whole shebang.
So divinity exists in your view?
Yeah.
How we may experience it differently, each of us, but it does exist in your view.
Of course, we are it.
But not the version handed down in Sunday school. Not the humanized overseer with moods, plans, and punishments. This is something deeper, older, and far more intimate. Under analytic idealism, God is not a being. God is being itself. In this view, the divine isn't somewhere else. It's not up or above or behind. It's right here, right now, expressing itself through everything you see, including you. That tree growing through concrete? That's consciousness unfolding. The grief you felt when someone left? That's consciousness folding in on itself. And your intuition, the quiet feeling you can't explain? That may be the universe nudging itself through your awareness.
There's nothing except it. Everything else can be explained in terms of its excitations, its patterns of excitation and configurations. You can explain everything else, the whole phantasmagoria of nature. You can explain it in terms of universal consciousness. Therefore, universal consciousness is all you need. It's all there is. And therefore, it's omnipresent by definition. If it's all there is, then it's omnipresent, right? It is a mind, so it is scient, from the omni, scient, omni being meaning everywhere, and scient mean knowing. It's a mind, and whatever happens in it, so it knows all. It may be dissociated. What it knows through me is not accessible to what it knows through you, but you and I are it.
For many people, this is where the conversation turns speculative. But under analytic idealism, what we label as paranormal isn't outside the model. It's baked into it. If all conscious beings are just local expressions of one universal mind, then the boundary between minds isn't absolute. It's a kind of membrane. And like any membrane, it can sometimes leak. Science has struggled for decades to explain strange moments, like sensing a loved one's pain from miles away, or waking up seconds before bad news arrives. Under materialism, these are anomalies, coincidences, misremembered events. But under Kastrup's framework, they're what you'd expect to happen every once in a while.
Telepathy can happen. Because dissociation, like any process in nature, is bound to not be perfect. We evolved to be dissociated, and we evolved to think that we are this bag of skin here, and not what's happening out there. So under analytic idealism, it's conceivable, even plausible, that under extraordinary circumstances, such as emotional upheaval, you could have telepathy going on between people who are affectively very connected to one another. I've seen it happen to somebody very close to me, and I don't doubt that it happens. I go as far as to say telepathy is common. We just don't metacognize it. We don't pay attention to it.
Kastrup says these aren't miracles. They're microfractures in the illusion of separateness. Consciousness doesn't stop at the skull. And when emotional intensity spikes, grief, fear, love, those boundaries can thin. One ripple begins to feel the tremor of another. And even when we treat time like it's an external force, ticking forward whether we want it to or not, But what if that's not what time actually is?
Time and space exist only in here. We create time and space as a sort of a filing system for information about the world. Even physics with loop quantum gravity is going into the direction of thinking of time as not fundamental, as an emergent property of more fundamental structures in reality.
Kastrup argues that time doesn't flow out there. It unfolds within us. Under analytic idealism, time isn't a fundamental property of the universe. It's a structural tool of consciousness, a way to organize experience into something coherent. This isn't just a theory. A 2024 study in Current Biology found that the brain doesn't measure time the way a clock does. Instead, it builds time based on internal markers, memory, perception, emotional change. When nothing changes, time seems to slow. When your mind is busy, it speeds up. That's mental formatting. In other words, time is a narrative device, something the mind uses to file events into order. If that's true, then birth isn't the start of consciousness, and death, it isn't the end. It's a transition, like turning a page in a story that was always being written. So take a moment and think if everything is mental, and your mind is a ripple in a larger sea of consciousness, then what does that mean for free will? Do you really choose, or are you just playing out a script written somewhere beyond your reach? Kastrup's answer is both unsettling and freeing. You do make choices, but not in the way we like to imagine.
Other people define free will implicitly differently. Some people think of free will as libertarian free will. And what that means is whatever I do, I could have done otherwise. That is probably incoherent. Even though you did make a choice, you made the only choice you could make because you are who you were. You were who you were. Your choice is determined by that which you are. You do make that choice. In that sense, you have free will, in the sense that you have agency. I can make a choice. But your choice is determined by that which you are, and you can't be other than what you are. And therefore, there is no could have been. So yes, we all make choices, but that may not be libertarian in the sense that we like to think that we could have made other choices. Maybe no, maybe we couldn't. Maybe the environment would have allowed you to make other choices, but you were who you were. And by being who you were, you had to make the choice you made. There is no could have been.
Most people think of free will as the ability to choose otherwise, to zig instead of zag. Kastrup challenges that assumption. He says your choices emerge from who you are in that moment, and who you are is the product of countless layers of memory, structure, and experience. So could you have chosen differently? Probably not. It's just that you're not writing the script from scratch, but you are the only one who can reveal it. And every choice you make reflects a new angle of reality that has never been seen before. If your choices reveal what the universe is becoming, then free will isn't about rewriting the rules, it's about discovering who you already are. Maybe the unsettling part isn't that life is a dream, it's that you're the dreamer and you forgot. Kastrup offers a mirror. If you mistake the dashboard for the sky, the brain for the mind, the object for the source, you'll spend your life looking outward, never inward. But if you stop, even briefly, you might realize you've never left the mind of the universe. You are it, waking up. And if you felt something was off, like reality never quite added up, maybe you weren't wrong. Before you go, don't forget to check out the Surfshark offer. It's still waiting for you in the description below. But if you stop, even briefly, you might realize you've never
boom, because I'm killing it.
ผมมาจากประเทศอังกฤษนะครับ
อังกฤษเมืองอะไรครับผม
เบอร์มิงแฮมครับผมไปเที่ยวในประเทศไทยกับเพื่อนผม